See, 7 years ago, 50,000 views still to this day.
Yeah, and you created the script. Came from you.
Mm-hmm.
That's important.
Yeah. Okay. And we are live. Okay. Let's do it, Maestro.
Let's close our eyes. Let's start with our limitless practice so that we can access our highest timeline potential consciousness and be fully embodied in that so that we can get the best from this live stream today. Let's just focus on our breathing consciously and deeply into our heart area. Bringing our focus into the heart and the body. Setting our personal intentions for this live stream, either silently or out loud. Now we go deeper with our breath into our feet, breathing all the way through our entire body into the feet. And now visualizing your feet opening up, your roots of light, like a massive, massive, mighty tree, and its roots growing down into the core of the earth and breaking through the earth, through the dirt, through the soil, all the way down into the core, the 0 point of the planet, and wrapping around the massive golden ball inside the earth. And when you have reached with your roots to the core of the earth, we expand our roots also vertically so that we get really deep and really wide into the earth, and eventually seeing our roots all the way, all in, through, and around the planet. Golden light roots. And we're giving praise and thanks for Mother Earth to charge and feed and nourish us with her highest light of the new earth. And we're breathing that in through our roots, into our body, especially into our heart. And then we exhale that life force energy in, through, and around our body, through the nerves, through the cells, and out into your auric field, your toroidal field, your heart, brain, coherent field, and expanding it out many, many meters around your physical body to create a beautiful, beautiful, massive, golden, round, whole toroidal field around you with golden light. Breathing in again from the earth, from Mother Earth, from the golden core, bringing it into our body and our heart, and then pushing it out so that it can feed and expand our toroidal field, our heart-brain field, many, many meters around our physical body, creating a beautiful, golden, round, powerful circle of impenetrable, whole, holy, golden light that is powerful, whole, sealed, and impenetrable to any and all energies that do not align with our greatest and highest good, with our highest timeline. And we now visualize that from our heart center, there is a golden light now shooting up through our crown into the great central sun, all the way up into the cosmos, to Divine Mother, Divine Father, Source. So we are connected from above and from below with the highest timeline, and being fully resourced from all sides and angles. And we're now taking a deep breath, drawing the light of the central sun and the earth into our body and heart. And releasing it out into our field, and seeing our field glow up with beautiful, beautiful gold. One more time. Breathing into our heart space from above, from below, from the earth, from the great sun. And exhaling it out into our field around us. One more time. And with that practice, we have arrived in a coherent, limitless state where we can co-create with the limitless field or the divine, our highest consciousness. From there, we give praise and thanks. We take another deep breath. And we can open our eyes again. I would like to play a song for us to start off. If you can pull it up on the computer.
Okay. YouTube?
Yes.
What is it?
Nickelback.
Oh, that's going to be copyright. You got to play it on your phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's going to be copyright stuff.
Okay.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this song wanted to be played for us.
And don't put it near the microphone. We'd have to actually just mute the mics right now. All right. Sorry about that. So again, we got to be mindful of these things because that's copyright stuff. But Hema just played a song from Nickelback. It's an old, early 2000 group.
16 years ago.
16 years ago. Got you emotional? Why did it get you emotional?
It's interesting. When I came in, you said, "Are you ready to rock?"
Oh.
And this is definitely a rock music.
All right. Well, we definitely gotta rock today. So I'm gonna take out the tablet to show what we gotta do today. So we gotta really get focused because we only have 4 hours. We gotta make it count, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what the song is saying.
Yep. Gotta make it count.
If you understand the lyrics.
I do. If today was our last day, right? How are we gonna make it count? So that's why we're here on a Sunday. That's why I'm doing this every single day, streaming every single day to my channel, to my personal brand channel. And on that important note, today, right? Today's requirements to ship. Right? We got May 3rd? 2026. All right. So, great news for this week is we have a brand template. We have long form template. We have shorts master template. Before we segue though into that, I have to show you some very important things. And also, if anyone's watching this live stream and you are interested to build a personal brand for your purpose, you absolutely want to pay attention to this. Okay? So remember, we have now people live streaming and joining in on the live streams. And I want to make sure we show up and we give value so that they basically avoid the mistakes that we made, especially the mistakes that I made, because I do think you can do it a lot faster. So this week, what did we do? We watched the kids stream. We watched the stream, a 2-hour video.
Can you see?
Oh, no. You got to put it back to how you had it right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it messes up how I write. Basically, this kid grew a subscriber count to 100K from 0 to 100K in 15 days. And he documented how he did this, right? He made it very educational and very entertaining how he did this, but 0 to 100K in 15 days. What does that tell us? That tells us that the process of growing a large subscriber count like this, I mean, even though by today's standard, this is a very small subscriber count, what that shows us is that growth does not equal time. Growth does not equal time. Okay? In this video that he made, which I streamed to my channel, my private channel, basically. But I have to keep it private because there's copyright around it. But what I showed in this stream is that this kid, this young guy, he basically already disproved a whole bunch of stuff about what it takes to actually build a channel. Okay. And in this video, I think it says, I locked myself in a room until I hit 100K subscribers. He showed that the initial process was shorts discovery, okay? So it was shorts driven. So what does that mean? That means that from your first 0 to maybe 2.5K, your strategy should always be, especially now in 2026, in this timeline that we're in, because of, come on now, please. Work with me. Yes. The first 2.5K subscribers were all shorts. So that's all he did was he posted shorts. Okay. He used different content formats though, right? So he used what's called like brain rot type formats, which are, it sounds really bad. Like it's making people dumber. But the idea behind brain rot is that it's so simple. It's like KISS, right? It's like KISS, keeping it super simple. Okay. Well, the actual thing is keep it simple, stupid. But
keep it short and simple.
Something like that. Yeah. But the idea behind this is that he was using super simple 30-second or less shorts. Okay. So the shorts were 30-second or less. Then he had a short where it was like subscribe to the channel basically. And he was able to actually get that momentum from there. For my channel, here's what I'm seeing is that we've got 39 subscribers, right, to this channel. And I did this all with shorts, primarily with shorts, actually. Primarily with shorts. So if I go to the analytics, and I actually go to like the live mode and the advanced mode, I can see where my subscribers are coming from. So I made a short, literally just documenting how I grew my subscriber count in 24 hours with shorts. And I got 7 subscribers out of that without even asking anyone to subscribe. I made another one here. So I see my subscriber count basically from the activity. And then unexpectedly, celebrating 10 subscribers, I made a short. It was literally just a few seconds long and I got 5 subscribers out of that. Go figure. So what this is telling us is that shorts are massive discovery, okay? And this is the idea for 2026. This is our strategy for 2026. Obviously, we read the Gary Vaynerchuk book, Day Trading Attention. And in this book, he talks about how social media is no longer social media, okay? Social media is no longer social media. Social media is actually interest media, okay? Interest media. Okay, what does that mean? That means that whenever someone is watching your content, anyone now could discover your content, and the way that they discover your content is based on what they are interested in, okay? So let's say if you make content on fishing, if someone is interested in fishing, that person is going to find you, is going to find that content based on fishing, okay? And this is exactly why now in this timeline, we do not want to niche, okay? So we do not want to niche. What we want is to build a personal brand that covers a universe of topics, okay? So what do I mean by that? So let's say this is you, okay? This is you. This is your personal brand, okay? The universe of content that you create is basically like a web to basically net the right people into your universe. Think about that for a second, right? So let's say you are interested in fishing. Let's say you are interested in business, right? Let's say you are interested in spirituality, okay? Let's say you are interested in makeup, crystals, tech, okay? In this universe of what you're interested in, you could literally make pieces of content for a specific, what's called cohort, okay? You can make more content for this niche, more content for this category, more content for this category, more content for this category, etc. And then what the interest-based algorithm is going to do for all these platforms, we're talking X, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Blue Sky, Mastodon, etc. That's how they're working now. Because why? Because they need attention, okay? So we have to understand this for our purpose, okay? We have to understand this, okay? For the purpose, for a personal brand that is purpose-based, a purpose-based personal brand. Okay?
I really like that name, personal brand.
Personal, what do you mean?
A personal brand.
A purpose?
I like the word.
A purpose? What do you mean? Like purposeful personal brand?
No, I'm saying I like the word that you use.
I know, but yeah. I want to actually like figure out the terminology for that right now. A purpose-based personal brand?
Yeah.
A purpose-based personal brand. Okay, interesting. Because
a life purpose-based personal brand.
A life purpose-based personal brand.
We help you build your life purpose-based personal brand.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I'm highlighting this is because, again, this is the kind of content that I'm creating on my personal brand channel. This is what I'm trying to highlight with my channel, basically. So on my channel, I'm trying to highlight that I'm helping people build their purpose, right? And I'm doing this as a personal brand, and this is it. This channel is about the inner and outer work of living your purpose, okay? And this is what I'm doing, okay? So that's why I'm emphasizing this. So getting back to this, if you are building a life purpose-based personal brand, life purpose-based personal brand, okay, you need to keep this in mind. The way that the algorithms work in this timeline, okay, and this is, again, bringing the spirituality into the, I guess, the practical of this timeline that we're in, okay, is purpose, expressing your purpose. Let's say you have a purpose to do sound healing or whatever the purpose is, right? And you want to really emphasize that you are a person. In the age of marketing that we're in, people want to connect with people that are human, okay? We already know that a lot of people are like anti-AI, okay? There's a lot of people that are afraid of AI. They're getting displaced because of AI, etc. AI, I really do believe it's going to get incredibly smart, incredibly fast. It's already doing it incredibly fast. If you look at like Kling AI, for example, and you look at the graphics.
Can I put the screen a little bit towards me?
Just a little bit, but not too much. Because then it messes up how I write. Yeah, that's fine. So this is all AI generated. This is all AI generated stuff. And even if we go to like the back end here to see the kind of content that AI is able to generate, it's insane already. So imagine what it's going to be in a couple of years from now. And this is, again, where I think we're no longer going to be flat. We're going to go into AR and VR. So we can create our own meta worlds in AR. But that's a little bit beyond the scope of today's topic, okay? Because I have to show you some very important things. So if, let's say, your personal brand is sound healing, you coming off as the person, you being human, is going to relate far better to another human, right? And that's ultimately what the content is for. It's human to human. It is not human to, Android. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we're not trying to create content for a robot. We're trying to create content for a human. What is a human going to resonate with? We also know too at this time that a lot of humans, the trend now is that a lot of humans do not want high dopamine content. A lot of humans are tired. From what I've been researching and gathering is that a lot of humans are very tired of high dopamine based content. So if you think about like cuts and high energy and all this stuff, I don't know if that's a lot of people. I don't know like if that's the real truth of what you're seeing from that person that's on camera. But like if I think about myself, that's not me, right? Me personally, I'm not a high energy type of person. I don't think that you're not a high energy type of person where you're constantly smiling and you're constantly like, hey guys, da 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 da. That for me is like, wow, God bless you if that's your life, if you're really truly happy, but that's not me, right? Like I'm multidimensional in the sense where like I get happy, I get sad. Before I was, dealing with a lot of anger from the last couple of months of what happened with our daughter. So for me, I need to create content that's congruent to me. You need to create content that's congruent to you. You need to create content that's congruent to you. And the best way that you do that is with a personal brand. Very simple. Very, very, very simple. Very, very simple. And the mistakes that I made from the last YouTube channel for the life purpose of, which before was branded under Gabriel Inspires, I was very boxed into a specific identity. And even though I grew it to only 15K subscribers around there, what I noticed is that after a while, you're going to see that, say if your niche was, my niche, for example, was tarot. So I was doing tarot readings, right? With that comes a specific audience. And these are the mistakes that I made. With creating only tarot-based videos, you get a specific audience. And they come in from different areas, right? And they're expecting you, the person, to only talk about that after a while. And if you don't talk about that after a while, the reason why they subscribed is no longer there. What do? They unsubscribe to your channel because you're not talking about tarot. So now that leaves you boxed in, right? Because let's say if you have an interest in sound healing, but then 6 months or a year down the line, you have a new interest, and all the people that subscribe to your channel were coming for sound healing, right? So imagine these are all a whole bunch of people that come in for sound healing stuff. Now you're no longer doing that, or now you feel like you're boxed in, you're not going to be happy. And the whole idea behind this personal brand is that we're playing the long game. Okay? We're playing the long game, which means that the personal brand is not just a channel, it's a reputation asset. It's a reputation asset, okay? And again, you can go to ChatGPT, you can say, okay, what's the personal brand, and it'll give you those answers. It'll give you those answers based on what everybody has said. That's superficial. That's very superficial. Very superficial. What we need to figure out here, and what we need to dial in from here, is our reputation. AI is not going to do that for you. AI is not going to do the reps for you. AI can give you all the information, all the advice, but it's not going to do the push-ups. You need to do the push-ups. How do you do the push-ups? You do the push-ups by having a consistent, overarching mission. Okay? A mission. Think about this for a second. I have created a life operating system to navigate my life. And I already know what my true north is. Okay, so my life, me right here. Okay, I'm going here to true north, which is why you see on my live streams, right? You see on my banner stuff, I've got this theme called All Systems North, right? Because I'm trying to make sure all of my systems that I create are going to my true north destination. So by the time that I die, by the time that it is my time to go and I'm no longer breathing, I will have fulfilled my purpose, my dharma. Okay, this is what it all comes down to for me, and that's why I am creating the personal brand in the way that I am, so that I do not box myself in like I did last time. So the overarching umbrella here is the inner and outer work required to build my purpose, of me living my purpose, of someone living their purpose. And this is what it looks like, right? So I live stream daily. I live stream every single day. And these are all the live streams that I've done. And right now we're at 166 of 1,000. That's the little marker that I set for myself. And then I have the shorts, and then I have the video content, etc. And I'm documenting from that angle, right? But now what do we do here? Now from here, what we're doing is we need to figure out how to replicate this for the person, right? So for lifepurpose.com, okay, we need to figure out how to replicate that. So what we're going to do today is the following, okay? We're going to look at the metrics from some pieces of content that I created so that you can see something very important, okay? We're going to show you why it is important, because you mentioned this before at the very beginning when we started doing these weekly live streams for lifepurpose.com again. You mentioned putting your heart and soul into your content, okay? And I'm saying you don't want to do that, okay? You don't want to do that. And I'm going to explain to you why you don't want to do that, okay? Now, let me put this aside for right now, and let's take a detour here, and let's actually take a look at where we are here with this. Let's go here. Okay. So let's go to, let's go to the analytics. Okay. Let's go to the analytics. Here's what I've seen. So far in this last 30 days, in the last 28 days, the amount of views that I got was 16,460. Watch time was 63.5 hours. Subscribers, 35. Impressions, 15,000. Impressions click-through rate 1.5%. So out of all the times that my thumbnail was shown, only 1.5% was actually clicked on to be consumed. And then if you go into the actual numbers and the retention and everything like this, it tells a completely different story as well. So these are averages. These are just numbers. These are just touch points. But you mentioned before, putting your heart and soul into a piece of content. I don't think that that's the strategy. And here's why. If let's say I had taken, a week to prepare this piece of content, which I did not. It came up to me, I just did it and I got it out there. If I'm expecting that piece of content to go viral, if I'm expecting that piece of content to be, wow, so amazing, and yet it only did this, right? 0 subscribers, watch time, 1.6 hours, 705 views, that may disappoint someone. That may be very, very disappointing. Okay. And the name of the game, I do believe, is volume, because what are we already seeing? A majority of the subscribers that I have on this personal brand are coming from shorts, not from long form content. Remember, we're in a different age right now where it's not like YouTube was first coming out, and similar to you, Hema, how you were saying that when eBay or our online shopping first came out, people were like scared to do it. Right. And you were like the pioneer of online, buying things online in your community. And people were like, oh my God, aren't you afraid that they're going to like take your money or something like this? And now look at how massive online shopping is. It's just the next logical thing in terms of how we shop and how we do business and how we consume. Okay. So those people that were scared to start up an online store, an e-com store at that time, they missed that boat. They missed the boat. Done. Now you have so many different brands and everything like this online where it's like, well, you're just another clothing store. You're just another clothing store unless you have a personal brand, unless you have a brand message. All right. And so getting back to this concept here is YouTube, social media right now is no longer special in the sense that if you just post, you're going to be fine. That's not the case. That is just honestly not the case. We missed that boat, right? We're not in the era where if you started in 2011 and 12 and you just literally posted one piece of content every day that you would eventually grow to 1 million subscribers. You're not at that timeline anymore. We're in the timeline now where we have to work with the interest-based algorithm that we have. We need to create a strategy for creating shorts. We need to also figure out our brand message first and foremost, because if our brand message is not clear, we're going to fall flat. I would like to see that. Hold on a second. Okay. And what I want to highlight here is this creator, okay? I found out about this person like a couple of weeks ago. Their name is Tika Gafar. And look at their banner right here. Look at their channel banner, okay? I help small educational YouTubers grow, monetize, and build real income from content. And this is their channel description. Look at how simple and short that is. This channel is for small educational YouTubers who want to grow their channel and eventually turn YouTube into sustainable income. Work with me one-to-one here, tikagafar.com. Look at how simple that is. Look at how incredibly simple that is. This is who they help. This is who their content is for. Done. Okay? Every single piece of content that we create needs to basically add up to that, because that is the mission. That is her mission. She is helping small educational YouTubers grow, monetize, and build real income from their content. Simple. Very, 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 very simple. And all of their content actually reflects this. Don't buy the wrong thing. Like she's talking about gear, a day in the life, road to, and this is all a personal brand. This is a personal brand. Okay. So that's how we do this. It's not that like you're posting videos about, your dog or your cat. Yeah, that's fine for certain relatability elements, but you don't want to create 80% of that content based on that. You want to have a content ratio where 80% is still about them and helping them, but 20% is about you. Okay. And what you do here is you create cohorts. You create cohorts, right? So this is a cohort of this is the overall thing about what she's doing here. But the cohorts could be, for people that are starting over in their life. The cohort could be for people that are leaving their job and they want to basically monetize their income, or they're making their transition from job to full-time YouTuber or whatever. So those are the cohorts. We don't want to put our heart and soul into a piece of content because the truth is we do not know what is going to stick, and the data is proving that already. I literally just created this content. Just to document. And all of a sudden, overnight, I got 7 subscribers. 7 subscribers from that one piece of content. This piece of content did 2.5K views. Was I expecting that? No, not at all. The same thing for this piece of content. Very, very important, actually. The same thing for this piece of content. So this piece of content, let's actually go back here. Let's go back to my channel. Just so that we can really, really highlight this here. Sorry about that. Let's go this way. Someone can say that this is objectively bad, and I was not expecting this to get as many views as it did, and yet this is what it did. This is me with the puppet master. This is me with the puppets. This is me. This is me. Me. If you want to fulfill your life purpose right now, what do you think you have to do? What do you think you have to do to fulfill your purpose right now? Here's what you have to do. That was literally just me just posting a piece of content.
Yeah, there is no sense mentally or analytically, but I like the video and perhaps I would subscribe too.
But the point is, I would not have expected that piece of content to get 2,000 views.
Yeah, neither did I with my short.
Exactly. And that's the thing. You posted up a short on TikTok. Where that one piece of content got, 31,000 views overnight. This was a video that I thought, oh, maybe this would actually go a little bit further, right? You shall not pass. Shit.
And that wasn't even planned. But I thought, oh, that would be interesting. And then this one got 1,000 views, and I wasn't even planning. And this was the most, just me just documenting what I do every single day. What does Martian mean?
Like extraterrestrial.
Are we officially recording?
Yeah, you're on camera now. Go ahead. Say whatever you got to say to them.
This
Human,
one always
do
pops
you know
up
what
for
your
me on
purpose in
TikTok
life
and on
is?
YouTube.
Are you fulfilled with what you're doing? No? What do you think you have to do to fulfill your purpose in life? It is the key to raising the vibration and consciousness of all of Earth and all interplanetary life. We are relying on you humans to raise your vibration and consciousness, to escape the matrix, to fulfill your divine purpose. It is up to you, human. Are we officially?
Yeah, exactly. So look at this for a second. And then there's some videos where it's just like, well, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense why it would get that many views. And that's also the element of why you would want to post, right?
Yeah,
So,
I think we also need to stop analyzing why.
no, you do, because this brings me back to the point of what we're trying to say here, what I'm trying to get at here. You made the argument a couple of weeks ago, putting your heart and soul into a piece of content. And I'm telling you, no, don't do that. Just get your thoughts out there, because what happens is that whole idea of putting your heart and soul into a piece of content, that's a perfectionist trap. That is a perfectionist trap. You had mentioned, what did you mention, Tama? You said something about like you did a poem, right? You're like, oh, I think this is going to be good. And then what happened? Tell us.
It's not that I think this is going to be good, but it was something that was good for me personally, which maybe I would have put on a pedestal, versus the short that I created, which got 30,000 views. I did not think about anything.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, the videos where I personally would think, oh, they would get a reach, did not necessarily. But the videos where I did not think anything about, and it's just, yeah, whatever, just bring it out there,
Mm-hmm.
got the views.
Exactly. And what we can learn from that is that there is one element of just posting for the sake of posting, right?
Yeah.
But then what happens in the process? The more that you apply that approach, what's going to happen is that you're going to drift. Okay? You're going to drift because what you're doing is you're just posting for the sake of posting. And we do not want to do that as well. So there's three things that we all right. So these are the things that we do not want to do. Okay? These are the things that we do not want to do. Don't just post. As ironic as that is, do not just post. Do not put your heart and soul into a piece of content. Okay? Why? When you just post, you drift. You drift from your message. When you put your heart and soul into a piece of content, you get disappointed, pointed, I don't know, whatever. And then the message doesn't reach. Okay? Message doesn't reach. This is super, super, super important to really conceptualize and understand. Very, very important to understand. When you just post, right? If you really take that mantra very seriously, when you just post, what's going to happen is that your personal brand message is going to look incoherent. Okay? It's going to look incoherent. Here's what I mean. All of these shorts, after a while, if I'm creating content like this all looks incoherent, right? All of this looks incoherent. If I just create a video about LSAT and push-ups and there's no context behind it, it's incoherent unless it fits in this overarching idea, okay? This incoherent if it fits into here. This incoherent if it fits into here. This incoherent if it fits into here. This incoherent unless it fits into here. Every single piece of content that we create should fit back to this. That's how you build a personal brand. Okay. If you look at social media, Gary Vaynerchuk, right? Even if you look at Gary V, okay. Look at his content here. Okay. He's still the social media guy. Okay. He's still social media. This is what's important to really understand about this. These are still the overarching pieces. Okay. These are still the overarching pieces. And we have to really conceptualize this and understand this. Yes, he's talking about AI. Yes, but every single one of these pieces of content, it's him tying it back to the overarching theme, which is him doing the social media, right? And there's a saying by Kevin Durant and LeBron James that I've heard them say this in several of the interviews: keep the main thing the main thing. I created a piece of content like expressing this idea. Maybe I have to really like hone this in more, but the main thing, keeping the main thing is about basically having like an overarching mission where that's the North Star of where you go back to. So for us, what's our North Star? That's the mission. That's the banner. You get what I'm saying? That's the brand message. Everything else fits under there. I was working with ChatGPT over the last 48 hours, and we were talking about the personal brand stuff. Okay? We're talking about the personal brand stuff, and we're talking about like how adaptable and flexible is the brand message that I have now to where it was before. And this was basically what it said here. Okay? So we did a channel audit here, and this is what it said.
Channel audit, banner, clear your blocks, build your purpose, interpretation. This tells me the channel is about removing inner resistance and then turning purpose into real-world action. A new viewer would likely expect content about limiting beliefs, emotional regulation, identity transformation, discipline, deep work, spiritual growth, building a meaningful life, building systems, content, business, or purpose-driven work. Banner grade, 96-100. It is clear, simple, flexible, and aligned with your long game. First sentence of description. This channel is about the inner and outer work of living your purpose. Interpretation. This explains the banner well. Inner work will clear your blocks. Outer work, build your purpose. It gives the viewer a bigger frame for why your content may include EFT, Notion AI, personal brand, iboga, God Jesus, systems, deep work, and proof of work videos. Description. First sentence grade, 92-100. It is aligned but slightly broad. Still good because your channel needs room to evolve. A slightly sharper version would be, this channel is about clearing the inner blocks and building the outer systems needed to live your purpose. That directly connects the banner to your actual content. Content alignment audit. From the visible videos, I see content like, I failed to debug a prompt in Notion AI, hi me today, recorded May 1st, 2026. I built a template to finally figure out my personal brand. Keeping the main thing for my personal bra. I really love God and Jesus, my testimony. I created a master SOT template for generating scripts. I designed my brand operating system. I am tracking these key analytics for YouTube. I created this content format in psychological trig. I finally did the thing I needed to do to improve my odds. I took a boga. Here's what happened. EFT tapping, belief clearing, I don't want to be rich. EFT tapping to stop overthinking. Overall content fit with banner, 88-100. The content does fit, but the connection is not always obvious from the titles alone. The banner says clear your blocks, build your purpose. Your videos currently show both sides. Strong, clear your blocks, fit. These are highly aligned. iboga video, EFT belief clearing videos, EFT overthinking video, God, Jesus testimony, limiting beliefs, resistance, personal reflection content, hi me today, identity reflection content, fit 95-100. These clearly connect to inner work, belief clearing, emotional regulation, and spiritual transformation. Strong, build your purpose fit. These also fit. Notion AI prompt debugging, master SSOT script template, brand OS template, YouTube analytics tracking, personal brand building videos, content format videos, proof of work, deep work videos. Fit 90-100. These are you building the outer systems that support your purpose. Where the mismatch happens. The issue is not the banner. The issue is that some titles look like random Notion AI system videos unless the viewer already understands your frame. Example, I failed to debug a prompt in Notion AI. This could be aligned, but a stranger may not immediately understand how it connects to. Clear your blocks. Build your purpose. Better title direction. I hit a block. Building my purpose. Here's what I learned. Or debugging my brand OS. The real work of building purpose or a small failure while building my purpose in public. Same video, stronger alignment, what I see overall. Your channel currently feels like a real human documenting the process of building a purpose-driven life through inner work, systems, faith, content, AI, and belief clearing. That matches the banner. But to a cold viewer, the content may feel a little scattered unless you tighten the title framing. The content itself is aligned. The packaging needs to repeatedly use the channel language, block, resistance, purpose, building, belief, identity, proof of work, inner work, outer work, systems, becoming. Dash alignment scorecard, area, score, notes. Banner clarity, 96-100. Strong, simple, flexible. First sentence clarity, 92-100. Good, slightly broad. Content topic alignment, 88-100. Most content fits the umbrella. Title alignment, 78-100. Titles need stronger connection to blocks purpose. Long game alignment, 95-100. Very aligned with lifepurpose.com, purpose investing. New viewer clarity, 82-100. The channel promise is clear. The video list needs more obvious grouping. My recommendation, keep the banner, clear your blocks, build your purpose. Update the first description sentence slightly to, this channel is about clearing the inner blocks and building the outer systems needed to live your purpose. Then start titling videos so every upload clearly fits one of these two lanes. Lane 1, clear your blocks. Examples, the belief that made me avoid posting. EFT for creators who feel blocked. What iboga showed me about my purpose. I found a limiting belief blocking my business. Lane 2, build your purpose. Examples. I built a brand OS template to build my purpose. How I track proof of work while building my purpose. I failed while building in public. Here's the lesson. The system I built to create from purpose. Final verdict. Your banner and description are aligned. Your content is also aligned, but the titles need to make the alignment more obvious. Right now, the channel is about 85 to 90% coherent. With better title framing and playlists, it can quickly become 95 and plus coherent.
Okay. So do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand the importance of that, right? So we read the book, Day Trading Attention with Gary Vee. And as I'm going through this process, yeah, that makes a whole bunch of sense now. Before you post content, you absolutely want to know what your overarching goal is. You want to know that, because if you do not know that, what's going to happen is you're going to drift. Your message gets diluted. And when you think about a personal brand and what someone knows you for, what's your reputation, they're not going to know what to say about you. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we have to really get clear on. That's what we have to get so incredibly clear on right now. So for today, we need to really look at this, and we need to ask ourselves here, where are we going with this channel? Okay? Where are we going with this channel? And how are we going to get there? Okay? So that's what I want us to focus on here today, because before we create any other next piece of content, we need to know what direction are we going in. When we had rebooted this channel, we were talking about what? We were talking about doing the cartoon series. Okay? I think we can still do that if that's something that you want to do, but you have to be very clear on who this is for. We have to be incredibly clear on who this is for. Otherwise, we're wasting our time and we're going in circles. Before, I gave you the idea of, okay, you can do podcasting. And even still, if I look at all this too, this is still scattered, right? This is still scattered. The law of vibration and how what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like being a light and doing your part. What does that mean?
The channel is not in coherence.
Exactly. These are not pieces of content that are in coherence, and you're not going to understand that unless you look back and you think to yourself, what are we trying to do here?
Yeah.
Light language blessings for your life's purpose. What you know what I'm saying? Like, how does that fit back into the overall thing?
Yes.
Right? Same thing here. You here doing this stuff. How does that fit back into the overall thing? Why are we doing that? So last time around, before we took that break, you were doing these interviews, and you did, 1, 2, 3 interviews. Okay. And then you stopped. You just stopped. That could have been one angle that you could have gone down, and that could have been just the simplest angle, but that was 2 years ago. There was no more scheduling. There was no more follow-up. Now that gets lost. The brand message gets lost now. What is this about? We try to create this video right here about the cartoon stuff. And again, because you were, saying, okay, I told you, hey, take over. And then you're going in a completely different direction, I guess. And I get it, because, you're not actively doing this. It's getting lost. Okay. This is lost. This is lost. This is lost. This is lost. Lost. If this is the actual purpose of the channel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. One thing I want to say about this is we have the website livepurpose.com. And when we got the website, we wanted to adjust the YouTube channel to the website so that the website and the YouTube channel connect. However, we were not able to name the YouTube channel livepurpose.com. So you came up with the name The Life Purpose Off. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yes. So my whole idea was, okay, we have the website livepurpose.com. We have the YouTube channel with 14,000 subscribers. Let's connect the two. And let's have the message of livepurpose.com and the message of the YouTube channel be the same.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see that the YouTube channel is called The Life Purpose Off. And now we're wondering, okay, we need to create content on that.
No. Okay, you're getting confused about the name. The name is irrelevant. The name is absolutely irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's called toothfairy.com. It doesn't matter if it's called the life purpose of Hema Almond. That does not matter. That's just a name. That's just, you're thinking very superficial. I'm talking about the banner. I'm talking about the overarching mission, so that when someone comes onto the channel, how crystal clear is it that they understand this? I help This doesn't matter. The person's name could be Brad Thompson. It could be Lisa Nichols. It could be Tony Robbins. It could be Evan Carmichael. It doesn't matter what this person's, no disrespect to the person, but it's just a name. It's just a name that's their government name that they were born with. This is the person's face. That's the personal brand. The personal brand of Tika Ghaffar. That could even be just a name. That could even just be someone's name. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Gavin Dantes or something like this. That's just a name. What I'm talking about here is the overarching mission and what your content is and how that aligns back into your overarching thing. Again, like I said before here, okay? What did I say here? I said that a brand is a reputation asset. It's a long-term. It's long-term, okay? It's a long-term reputation asset. My personal brand, I choose to tie it to my life purpose, my true north, okay? Because what I am thinking, here's my thinking. My thinking is that in 10 years from now, I want to be one step closer, okay? So if I'm here at year 1, I want to be here at year 10, closer to my true north. Okay? I want to know that I've at least made some progress. And then 20 years later, I want to know that from 10 years ago, I made more progress to this. You understand? So that's what I'm talking about here. That's what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter what the handle of the name is. It doesn't matter what the YouTube, name is. That doesn't matter. Because what we had talked about as well was doing, if you remember, was I talked about creating our own network where we're not dependent on YouTube, where we're not dependent on social media, where we drive traffic to life purpose because we have the blog and the content in place to basically be independent of social media. Mm-hmm. But that takes financial resources. And with the way that everything has been going over the last years, I can't control certain things that have happened. So what can I do? I have to pivot now, and I have to do my best to work with what I have. And I think that's maybe the message that God, the universe is saying is, hey, work with what you have right now. Work with what you have right now, because I wanted this to be its own YouTube channel. I wanted this to be its own channel network. But that didn't work out right now. And 5 years later, it's like, oh, how much longer am I going to wait to do this? Versus, okay, let's just go with where we are right now and make the most out of it, make the best out of it, right? Because then otherwise, that's waiting for perfection. Once again, if I'm waiting to have all the cash from trading, and then we're not able to do it, that's perfectionism. So that's not going to work. So what's going to work is, hey, let's at least do the best that we can now. Let's at least use this now as like a testing platform to get clear on what we're doing now.
Well, the thing that comes to me about the YouTube channel is to have it really dialed in to depict the purpose of something or someone and to create content on that.
Yes. And so
are we in alignment with that?
Okay, so let's get clear here. Let's get very clear here, because here's where we are with this, okay? We already know that from the YouTube to the actual blog, the content has to be coherent, okay? From YouTube to blog, the content has to be coherent. Across all of social media, the content should be coherent and reflect the overarching theme, which is life purpose, helping people find, live, and execute on their life purpose, right? If this is the description of creating a live action animated co-creation series. We have to get clear on that. Remember, what are we trying to accomplish here? We had different content, and these are just content formats that go into the overarching theme. This time I created the life purpose of a shaman. That was 7 years ago. That got 50K views. Okay, that's one of the highest viewed videos on this entire channel.
Yeah, it also makes sense because it's directly aligned with the name.
Exactly, the life purpose of. So my suggestion is that if we're going to do this, let's just master a content format for right now and do not post random videos like this anymore. Don't post a video like this. Don't post a video. Don't post any of these anymore. Okay?
So then let's delete them all.
No, that's perfectionist as well. That's perfectionism as well. What we're going to do though is we need to make sure, because what's going to happen is as we create like 30, 40 pieces of content on the same content format that get the brand really clear, all this stuff goes to the bottom, and then the algorithm already starts to define, okay, this is what their brand is about. Okay. And then that's how they're going to push content to the right people for us. So we're going to keep this up for here as like a keepsake. And we're not going to do the thing that I did, which was delete everything, because that's what I did. I had almost 1,000 videos on here, and now we have 81. And so I would avoid doing that. But what I would do instead,
maybe we can just delist them so that they're still visible. But
yeah, you can unlist them if you wanted to. But what I would do from here is I would stop posting everything that is not relevant. Okay. Yes, these are things that are relevant, but this feels more like Hema Almond.
yes, I know.
But again, I also told you too that for this channel, I told you I gave this to you so that you could be the face of the channel, right?
Yeah, but it all needs to be in coherence. And at this stage, it's about, okay, I have the Hema Almond TikTok, then we have the livepurpose.com website, and then we have the YouTube channel. And now we are also building our offerings. Now, how can we, and then we have the Gabriel Sarah personal brand. How can we get all of this into coherence? And this is where I feel a little bit confused.
Okay, no, because you're making it confusing. Because I did not tell you to start up all these other channels. You took that initiative on your own to start up your own Hema Almond TikTok. I told you livepurpose.com. That's all I told you. I told you start up a couple live streams ago. I said start up channels for only the livepurpose.com on Instagram, TikTok, X.
Yes.
That's it.
They
I did not say do a Hema Almond. That was you, because you saw me doing my own personal brand thing, and then you thought, okay, let me do that too. That's for you. Okay. We already talked about this, that from your group, okay, with the Holy Fire group, people have their own personal brands. Okay. And what they do is they build up their audience. Okay. They build up their audience, and then they all market to one thing. Okay. So one thing, which is like a workshop. Okay. And that's how they pull their audiences together to basically promote that one thing. That's essentially what you would do here for livepurpose.com. Okay. Like if you look at, for example, who does this really, really well? Let me show you who does this really, really well. So you can really understand this here. Okay. Alex Hormozy, whether you like him or not, just really pay attention to this. Okay. Layla Hormozy, whether you like him or not, like them or not, pay attention to this. Everything points to this. Acquisition.com is a holdings company where basically they are investing in other people's business. Do you want to scale your business? Learn from the team that has scaled the portfolio over 250 million in ARR. Okay. This is their website. It's all going here. That's why they build their brand. This is his personal brand. This is her personal brand. It all leads to this. It all leads to this. That's it. That's all this is. Okay. And this is their team. And these are all the like they have like different companies or whatever. And these are the media stuff, partner with us, careers, ventures, etc., real estate, etc. So what do they do here? Okay. This is what they do. That's very clear. Okay. So the purpose of them building out their content is for the purpose of promoting acquisition.com. That's why they do this. Okay. I'm sure even then, LeilaHormozi.com, the website is going to get people to an email list, which is going to be ultimately tying back into acquisition.com. So they want people that have a business that they want to scale, and that's why they go to acquisition.com. That's the whole purpose of acquisition.com. Taking your existing company and then scaling it through them. And I'm assuming that they want to scale it to then sell it, basically. Okay. And then all of his content is reflective of that. All of his content is reflective of that. Okay. Where I'm going with my side of the personal brand is this. I've already said that I know that the internal game is important for understanding and getting clarity on as part of like fulfilling your purpose, right? I understand that, but I also understand too that I want to mentor and like invest, hopefully, maybe, let's see, in the future in people's purpose, right? So, hey, watch out. We do not want the water so close to the microphone. That's a very expensive microphone. So put that way off to the side. Yeah, thank you. So we want to make sure that we have clarity on where we're going here in every direction. Okay. So this is all reflective of what direction we're going in. Okay. And I'm not saying that you cannot speak light language. Sure, go for it, but it should be overarching back to this concept, right? The reputation asset. Unfortunately, the life purpose of, we can't do anything about it. That's just what it is for right now. That's just the name of it, because it's not our platform. That's why I wanted for us to have our own platform, right? Like if I say I want to change my name here, okay, so I can't do that. That's out of my control. So here's where I am with this. So now that we have talked about that, we have to understand too that every single piece of content has to drive back to this, because any piece of content that we create should reflect back the overall picture, because otherwise you're just wasting your time. And remember, this is a long-term asset where we're thinking 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, because that's a reputation asset. So we need to think in decades, not 6 months. Okay. So how is it that every single piece of content is going to lead us down the road to 10 years from now? And so if you look back at these metrics on this page, you'll see that, yeah, even though I'm posting, just posting for the sake of posting is not going to cut it. Just posting is not going to work long-term, because I may get subscribers for this piece of content, but this could literally just be someone that's like eager to grow on YouTube in 24 hours. That's not who I want. The same thing here. Just because I got one subscriber, that doesn't mean anything. Just because I'm talking about Jesus, not going to attract the Jesus crowd, that doesn't mean anything. Praying to Jesus, that doesn't mean anything. You shall not pass. What does that mean? That doesn't even mean anything. Else it failed. That doesn't mean anything. 100 seconds, that doesn't mean anything. Hand, me talking about the emotional regulation stuff with the hand, that doesn't mean anything. So it all has to go back to feeding at least the overall mission. Okay? So that's why I'm bringing up the thing with the metrics. Does that make sense? What we're seeing so far?
Yes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So when we say, put your heart and soul into it, no, because if you're putting your heart and soul into a piece of content, what's going to happen is you're going to take too long to produce that piece of content. You're going to expect it to perform a certain way. It doesn't meet your expectations. You get disappointed, you get discouraged, you quit. We don't want that. at the same time too, just post. We don't want to just post, because if we just post for the sake of posting, oh, I have this idea for this piece of content. No, that's not going to work, because that's going to drift from our message. So remember, with every single piece of content, we are trying to get to true north. Okay? We're trying to get to this final destination. But if we post a piece of content about fishing, we're going this way. If we then post a piece of content about dogs, we're then going this way. And then you just think about this. Like, if we're doing this for 5, 10 years, 10 years later, if this was our true north and we're here 10 years later, we're way off the mark. We are way off the mark. Versus, actually, you know what? Let me leave that up there. Versus if, let's say, we started off here, but then we quickly pivoted and we say, okay, we're going to talk about purpose. We're going to talk about purpose. We're going to talk about purpose, investing in people's purpose, emotional regulation and purpose. Now, 10 years later or 20 years later, we now reach here. Okay. And this is about thinking like an investor. This is a mindset thing. This is really like the mindset shift and the maturity and the growth. The difference between just posting is a drift, right? I could have an idea about sitting on the toilet and then saying, hey, don't be embarrassed, no one cares. And then if I do that long enough and I'm just talking about that, that's a drift. If I create content on the, you know, the puppet master or whatever, the anger monster, and I do that long enough, that drifts from the original message. So this is a process. It's a process of discovery, which I made a short about. It's really figuring out your purpose is a process of discovery, but it's also thinking long term, right? So right now we are here, which is fine, but where do we want to be 10 years from now? Where do we want to be at the end of the decade? And this is also where I believe truly as well, we can accelerate that timeline and cut that timeline, just like we saw with that video with that kid that grew his subscriber count from 0 to 100K on that new channel in 15 days. It does not take years to grow a personal brand. At the same time, I also believe too, anyone can go full time with YouTube or with an online business if you have your message dialed down like this girl did. She's got her message dialed down. This is really clear. I help educational grow and And this is the message, and this is how she's doing it. These are the pieces of content that she's creating. Personal brand cheat code, right? Talk like this, These are the pieces that she's doing that to get you into here. Okay? And then if you go here, tikagafar.com, right? If you go to the Work With Me One-to-One, go to the website, Creator Accelerator. What's that? Schedule the call. And look at how easy she makes that. You got the calendar here, right? You schedule it. Okay, cool. And then we're done. We have channel audit, personal brand revamp, title and support thumbnail, one-to-one coaching calls, content and productivity, brand deals. And she went from working a full-time job to being a full-time creator within 2 years. Who this is for, who this is not for. Okay? Very, very clear. Look at how clear this is dialed in.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically how we want to model this. We want it to be so incredibly crystal clear.
Yeah, that looks pretty simple.
Very, very simple. There's no need to complicate this thing. Right? She shows her face. She's got the smile on. This is the content. This is the packaging. It's just so simple, and that's her branding.
Well, maybe we need to go back to what is the ultimate mission of livepurpose.com. And for me, just very straightforward and blunt, for me it is to inspire and empower people globally to live and fulfill their dharma.
Hold on. Actually, let's do that right now. I got to take a toilet break, and this is actually where I want to get to here. So I want you to write down on your phone or something, or with ChatGPT or whatever, I want you to write down your objectives, okay? Write down your objectives. I'll be right back.
What do you mean by objectives?
What do you want to get out of this?
Like,
Because if you say I just want to help people fulfill their purpose, and then you don't get paid for it, are you truly honest with that? You get what I'm saying? Like, are you really okay with that? So that wouldn't be just the only reason why you want to get paid to do it. So be honest.
yeah, as long as we have a monetary system on the planet and we need to pay for things like food or shelter, yeah, of course.
Okay. So then
There
be
needs
honest
to
with
be
that.
there
Exactly.
needs to be an exchange.
Okay. So then be honest with that. So that's what I'm saying. Write down everything that you want to get out of this. All right. I'll take a break. Be right back. All right, now let's go in here. For today's live stream session with lifepurpose.com, I'm trying to explain to Hema that the process of before we even go into the stage of creating content, because we already now have the short form template and we already have the long form template, and we're ready to now. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just feeling a bit dizzy and tired.
Okay, if you're feeling tired, we should stop then.
No, it's not. It's not too bad.
Okay, if it gets too much,
I'll let you know.
all right. And maybe if we, again, if you need to take a break and we need to cut it down to just 2 hours, and that's fine too. We just cut it down to 2 hours.
I will let you know if I need a break, okay?
All right. So for today's live stream session with Leopard, like I'm trying to explain to Hema. Process. To produce content at scale is to really get clear about the entire brand message and to get very clear about the direction that we're going in, period. And I was explaining to her that if we create content now at scale and we're not dialed in with our brand message, what's going to wind up happening is we're going to drift. And if you think about doing that for the next 10 years, where we end up between now and 10 years from now could be completely different. And we could just be in the weeds, basically, period. So I want to avoid that, because I also know too that there are people that have personal brands that within a couple of months, they have successfully created an online income stream. And they're doing that as their full time, period. And so I want to make sure that whatever we do and the direction that we do go in, it's very clear. And we have our branding correct so that way we know what we're trying to do and we know what we're trying to accomplish, and we're very clear on how we can assist and support people. And we also create a stream of income to continue doing the work, period. So from how I understand it is creating content is the top of funnel for the front facing side of things, but that's actually not the very first place that we start creating content. But I also understand too that we are not wanting to just post for the sake of posting, but also at the same time, we want to get an identity. We want to figure out like what direction we want to go in, period. And so this is what I really want to hash out and hammer in today very, very clearly. Okay, period. So right now we're working on the brand lifepurpose.com, period. The idea here is that we want to create a accountability community where we have a container where we go on a journey with people for a few months to guide them into actually figuring out their purpose, getting super clear on their messaging, and then, being able to monetize that for themselves, period. The only way that we can get them there is if we've done this ourselves, period. Because otherwise it would be fake to tell someone how to do push-ups and we've never done a push-up ourselves. You get what I'm saying? So the first thing is we want to get very clear on our brand messaging. So I want to be able to help people get very clear on their brand messaging by helping us get clear on our brand messaging, period. Now, having said that, where do we start? Or what's the order of how we start? Question mark. What I mean by that is, do we start by defining our personal? What I mean by that is, do we start by defining our personal objectives for what we want to accomplish with the business idea or the brand? Or do we start with the overarching mission and then we go into content? Or do we start just posting content first for the sake of posting? Question mark. Give us the defined, clear order so that way we're incredibly clear on our objectives and our brand message and where we want to go with this, so that way we can get to the stage of creating content at scale that targets and speaks to our cohort. And that's the other thing too for the cohort stuff. Cohorts can be umbrellaed into that overall arching brand thing, right? We can make playlist series for talking to one specific cohort. Okay, we can do that, but the overarching theme is still getting back to the purpose stuff.
Okay. I can see that on the YouTube channel. Is that are you referring to the YouTube channel having different playlists for the different cohorts?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So
yeah, I can see that.
if you go here to my channel, this is a playlist. The High Me Time Capsule, that's a playlist. Talking About God, that's a playlist. I Take a Boga, that's a playlist. Proof of Work, that's a playlist.
Right.
But obviously I can shape that in the future to being for a specific cohort, for a specific audience, right? So I'm going to have this upcoming week, I'm going to start producing content for people building a personal brand that are afraid of speaking in public. I'm going to start there. And then I'm going to start shaping it. I'm going to start shaping it. And I'm going to start shaping it more and more and more. Because EFT is not the main thing. The main thing is purpose, helping people fulfill their purpose and invest in their purpose. EFT is just a tool in that umbrella.
Exactly. And that's the same for me with all the videos that I had posted on livepurpose.com about the light language, speaking about sound healing, talking about consciousness, talking about letting go of suffering and reaching enlightenment. They're all tied into the livepurpose.com topic, but it's just making it in a way that looks and feels coherent to the viewer and to the audience.
Yes, exactly. And that requires understanding your message. So let's say you created a piece of content that was on light language, right? You yourself are not going to speak light language. But what you would do, I think, again, I could be wrong. Maybe it all works, right? Maybe you can give a sample of light language, but that's not going to be the entire bit of the video. The entire bit of the video is going to be, hey, did you know that if you speak light language, that could be your purpose and you can just do that full time from that angle, okay? And you can then highlight like, hey, I first discovered that I could speak light language and these were one of the gifts. And maybe that could be the whole focus for you, for your idea, for your brand, for your identity or something like this, where you just speak light language. That could be a thing. Some people have YouTube channels where all they do is sound bowl stuff. Some people have YouTube channels where all they do is they talk about one thing.
That's why for me it has been way easier to make videos for the TikTok. As an example, I have a short intro, a short bio with what I'm about, and all my videos, they tie into the bio.
Yes.
And it feels coherent.
Yes. That's exactly what you want to do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want to do. And that's a process of discovery. But that's also why I created this brand template. So I created a brand template basically to help define. This is why we did the layer 1 stuff. What are your interests? What do you like to talk about? What do you want to be known for? Okay, because all of this stuff feeds downstream now into the brand template. So knowing what your brand is about and knowing how you're going to create content to speak for that specific audience.
So then I have 2 brands. I have my personal brand, Hammer Almond, and then there is also livepurpose.com in a sense.
Well, no, because like I showed you with Layla Harmozy and Alex Harmozy, what are they doing? They are personal brands, but they're personal brands for the company acquisition.com.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember the Gary Vee book, Day Trading Attention? What did he say? He said that there are companies that when they post as the company,
yes,
they post as the company of
it's flat.
It's flat, right? They don't get the reach.
Yeah.
But what they would do better is if they had like the actual chairman or the CEO of the company create content as the human,
Yes.
then driving traffic to the company.
Yes.
Okay. And the only way that you're going to do that is by having a personal brand. That's where we're going with this. So it could even be too that you deprecate the Life Purpose YouTube channel and then just do a Hammer Almond. It could even be that. It could even be that literally the only thing that we do here for this channel for Life Purpose of is we deprecate everything and we just do videos like this.
Yeah, and you mean just do videos that start with the life purpose of. Well, and that's also what I mentioned last time. I had a whole bunch, like 10 to 15 different titles for the life purpose of, the life purpose of, the life purpose of.
And even then, you don't.
And yeah, I mean, creating videos similar to the life purpose of a shaman, I think could be a great way of getting people's attention on the subject.
So what we're going to do here today is we're going to identify and solidify the brand message, and then we're going to have a brand audit. Okay, so we're going to do a channel audit with ChatGPT, and I'll walk you through this process so you can see this. Okay, but this is why it's so important to get very clear on the message, right? Because again, in another breath, you said you wanted to do the show, the Peanut Gallery show, and all that stuff like this.
Yeah, it's a lot of ideas. It's a lot of ideas on storytelling and getting the message out, to inspire people on fulfilling their purpose. The question is, how broad do we want to go with that? There are infinite ways on how we can create content for people to inspire them to live their purpose. The question is, do we have the capacity? Do we have the bandwidth? Do we have the passion for that? Or are we just, is that just gonna sidetrack us? And should we actually just focus on building the personal offer? So
No. Personal offer, that's already done. We already know that.
okay.
That's done. Let's get that out of our head. There's no more personal offer. Before you even have a personal offer, if you have no traffic, you're not going to go anywhere. We got to understand that, okay? If there is no content online today and you don't have any cash for advertising, you're not going to go anywhere. Personal offer, we already hashed it out. We're done. Okay? We already know it's going to be a container, an accountability group, us as humans connecting with other humans, helping them figure out their purpose, walking them through the step, getting their content message clear. Done. What we need to figure out here is that before we post any other content, so there's no more posting to this channel, you have to figure out what it is that you want to accomplish. What do you want to accomplish here? What are we trying to do here? Okay? That requires us to understand our objectives. That requires us to understand this. Now, I just fed this message to ChatGPT. Let's take a listen here.
Yes, you are thinking about this correctly. Do not start by posting at scale. Start by locking the brand direction, then the offer, then the audience cohorts, then the message, then content. Otherwise,
Let's replay this from the beginning.
yes, you are thinking about this correctly. Do not start by posting at scale. Start by locking the brand direction, then the offer, then the audience cohorts, then the message, then content. Otherwise, you'll create a lot of content, but the content will not compound toward a clear business.
That's important. The content has to compound towards the final destination. That's the whole purpose. And for me, I want to sell livepurpose.com at some point. Okay. So I'm building systems to sell it in the future. So therefore, we would need content for livepurpose.com. We will need content for livepurpose.com. Okay. So that we can sell it as an asset so that it generates views. But how do we get there though from here?
DR. Order 1. Define the mission. 2. Define the business objective. 3. Define the transformation you help people achieve. 4. Define the core offer container. 5. Define your ideal cohorts. 6. Define your brand message. 7. Define your proof of work journey. 8. Build the content pillars. 9. Create the content templates. 10. Then scale content production. You are currently between step 1 to 6, not step 10. The correct order for livepurpose.com. Nusher 1. Start with the mission. This is the highest level reason the brand exists. For livepurpose.com, the mission might be livepurpose.com exists to help people discover, embody, express, and monetize their life purpose so they can live with meaning, freedom, and alignment. This comes before content because content is not the mission. Content is the distribution system for the mission. Tom, define the business objective. This is what you and Hema are actually building. Example, we are building a purpose-centered education, community, and accountability brand that helps people clarify their purpose, regulate their inner state, build their message, and turn their gifts into income. The business objective is not make videos. The business objective is build trust, help people transform, create income, reinvest into the mission. 3. Define the core transformation. This is the most important piece. You need to know the exact before and after. Example, before, I feel lost, unclear, emotionally blocked, and unsure how to express or monetize my purpose. After, I know what I'm here to do. I can communicate it clearly. I have a content message system, and I'm taking consistent action toward monetizing my purpose. That transformation becomes the backbone of the brand. The 4. Define the core offer container. Before you create content at scale, you need to know what the content is leading people toward. Example offer, a 3 to 6 month accountability container where people clarify their purpose, clear emotional blocks, define their message, build their content direction, and start monetizing their purpose-driven work. This does not need to be perfect yet, but you need at least a clear draft because otherwise your content has no destination. Number 5, define the audience cohorts. This is where most people mess up. You do not need only one audience forever, but you do need a clear starting cohort. For example, primary starting cohort, purpose-driven creators, coaches, healers, spiritual entrepreneurs, and people building a personal brand who feel blocked, unclear, or afraid to be seen. That cohort makes sense because it connects directly to your own current journey. You are not pretending. You are saying, we are walking this path ourselves, and we are documenting the process while building the system that will eventually help others do the same. That is honest. That is strong. That is aligned. Shorter 6. Define the brand message. This is the sentence that everything should point back to. A strong draft could be, LifePurpose.com helps purpose-driven people clear their inner blocks, clarify their message, and build the systems to express and monetize their purpose. Or even simpler, we help people turn their purpose into a clear message, consistent action, and meaningful income. That is the core message. Then your personal brand content becomes the proof. Nudger 7. Define your proof of work journey. This is very important. You do not need to pretend to already be gurus with a perfect system. The truthful angle is, we are building LifePurpose.com in public by first doing the work ourselves, clarifying our message, creating content, regulating our state, building systems, and learning how to monetize purpose-driven work. That gives you permission to create content now without being fake. You are not saying, we already mastered this and we'll teach you. You are saying, we are walking the path, documenting the path, and turning the path into a system others can use. That is much more trustworthy. The big strategic distinction. There are 2 types of content you can create. Number 1, random content. This is posting just to post. It may get views, but it does not compound. 2, directional content. This is content that trains the audience, the algorithm, and your own identity toward a specific destination. That is what you want. For example, how I'm clarifying my life purpose, how I'm building lifepurpose.com from scratch, how I'm learning to communicate my message, how EFT helps me clear visibility fear, how I'm building a personal brand around purpose, how we're creating a container to help people live their purpose. What I learned today building a purpose-driven business, that content is both honest and strategic. What you should do today on the live stream. Today's live stream should not be about creating 50 pieces of content. Today's live stream should be about locking the brand compass. Use this order. Step 1, mission. Answer, why does lifepurpose.com exist? Draft, to help people discover, express, and monetize their purpose while living in emotional, spiritual, and practical alignment. Step 2, business objective. Answer, what are we building? Draft, a content-driven education and accountability brand that leads into a purpose, clarity, and monetization community container. Core transformation. Answer, what transformation do we help people experience? Draft from unclear, blocked, and scattered to clear, regulated, expressed, and actively building a purpose-driven life business. Step 4, starting cohort. Answer, who do we help first? Strong starting answer, purpose-driven creators, coaches, healers, and spiritual entrepreneurs who feel called to share their work but are blocked by fear, confusion, unclear messaging, or inconsistent execution. Step 5, core message. Answer, what do we say over and over again? Draft, your purpose needs both inner alignment and outer systems. We help you clear the blocks, clarify the message, and build the structure to express your purpose in the world. Step 6, proof of work angle. Answer, why should people trust us? Draft, because we are doing the process ourselves in public. We are not teaching from theory. We are documenting the real process of clarifying our message, building our brand, creating content, regulating our state, and turning purpose into a real business. Step 7, content pillars. Only after the above is clear do you define content pillars. For lifepurpose.com, I would use these 5. 1, purpose clarity, helping people figure out what they are here to do. 2, inner work, EFT, emotional regulation, belief clearing, fear of being seen, identity work. 3, brand message, helping people communicate who they are, who they help, and what transformation they offer. 4, systems and execution, content systems, accountability, AI tools, Notion systems, daily rhythm,
This could even be the outline.
#5.
This
proof
could
of
even
work,
be the
document-
outline of a 5-month container where 1 month we focus on this, the 2nd month on this, 3rd month on this, 4th month on this, 5th month on this.
Yeah, I would say inner work would be first month, and then you get clarity, right? Because it's all clearing out the beliefs and all the shit as much as you can, and then get clarity.
No, I disagree. I think the clarity needs to come first. This is, okay, this is where I want to go, and this is the block in between.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, fair enough.
You and building lifepurpose.com in real time. The correct sequence in one sentence: mission, business objective, transformation, offer, cohort, message, proof of work, content pillars, templates, scale, production. That is the order, not templates, posting, maybe we find the brand later. That creates drift.
Yeah.
What I would tell him, I use this. Before we create content at scale, we need to know what the content is serving. Content is the top of the funnel, but the funnel needs a destination. If we post without a clear mission, offer, audience, and message, we may grow in a random direction. But if we lock the brand compass first, every video becomes a brick in the same bridge.
Brand
Then
compass.
the content compounds instead of scattering. Shash, your best next move today. Create a lifepurpose.com brand compass document with these sections. 1. Mission. 2. Business objective. 3. Core transformation. 4. Core offer. 5. Starting cohort. 6. Core brand message. 7. Proof of work narrative. 8. Content pillars. 9. CTA destination. 10. What we are not. The most important section is what we are not. Example, we are not motivational influencers. We are not posting random spiritual content. We are not teaching people to get rich quick. We are not pretending to have mastered everything. We are building, documenting, and turning the journey into a system that protects the brand from drifting. My honest assessment. You are not ready for full content scale yet. You are ready for strategic documentation plus proof of work content. That means, yes, create content, but don't blast random content at scale yet. For now, post content that documents the process of building the brand message itself.
Which is what we're doing. This is exactly what we're doing right now. We're documenting by live streaming. We're documenting our proof of work. We're documenting our process and how we're getting from, we've got this idea, we know where we're going, but now we're shaping it now to really lock this in. And this is now going to act as our brand compass template.
That is actually great content. Example video titles. We're building lifepurpose.com. Here's the real starting point. Before we create content at scale, we need to clarify the mission, the mistake I'm trying to avoid with my personal brand, why brand message comes before content volume, how we're turning life purpose into a real business. That lets you create while still clarifying. Shash. Final answers. Start here, build a lifepurpose.com brand compass first. Then define who we help, what transformation we create, what offer container they enter, what message we repeat, what content pillars support that message. Then scale content. The goal is not just to post. The goal is to create a brand where every piece of content points toward the same transformation, helping people clear their inner blocks, clarify their purpose, communicate their message, and build a life business around the work they are here to do.
Let me reread that. Just pause for a moment. The goal is to create a brand where every piece of content points towards the same transformation, helping people clear their inner blocks, clarify their purpose, communicate their purpose message, and build a life business around their work, their soul work they're here to do. Yeah, that resonates.
Okay, so this is the same idea. This is the same idea around my life compass. This is the same idea around that. Oops, nope, wrong one. Let's go to same idea here. So this is the life compass. This is my true north. Okay. This is basically one document that is basically encapsulating what am I trying to accomplish here? Where am I trying to go so that by the time I'm dead, it is clear what I stood for. These are the 4 swords, the decision-making layer. This is the Dharma tracker who I've helped. These are all these little things that go into this document that I can say, okay, this tells me I'm on the right track to fulfilling my purpose in life. And that's why ultimately we have this life map. That's why I created this. And of course, I'm going to give this to you once I'm set up with it properly. It's taken significantly longer because of all the stuff that's been happening, but this is pretty much it. Where are we trying to go here? And everywhere that I'm trying to go, it's all leading to the fulfillment of our purpose. Okay. Wow. That's where I'm trying to go. So the direction of travel, if you're lost, if you're getting lost in the sauce, you have to get yourself out of the weeds. And this is where I see like I'm off track. I'm off track with certain things. And this is just how I am keeping myself back and getting myself back on track with where I have to go. So that's the same thing here for this. That's the same thing here. So we don't need to figure out the offering. We don't need that. We need to figure out the brand. We need to figure out what the brand stands for. That's the key right there. So what we need at this stage now, then it makes sense, is we need a brand compass template. So please, this is what we need to focus on. This is what we need to focus on, okay? So just how I have a life compass, and my life compass is helping people fulfill their purpose in life. Whether it's investing, whether it's, the content I create, it's still leading to helping people fulfill their purpose in life. I realized from all the psychedelics, that's my purpose. Helping people fulfill their purpose. That's the umbrella. Okay? That's the true north for me. How do I get there though? I have to create content that reflects to that. And I've got the offer as the container. A course is not the thing to monetize anymore because, as you can see, ChatGPT just gave us all the outline stuff. That's not it. What is it though is us working together, humans coming together to basically like have sit down time to block out that time. And here's what I realized, with the what's the name of that program that we're doing right now?
Luminary.
The Luminary thing. Okay. Not for nothing. I just have to say that is a lot of time to print out all that stuff and all these things. It's a mess for me personally. It's just too much all over the place. What I would find more valuable is a place where I show up and then we do it together and then we share it together versus having, the person talk for 3 hours straight. I don't find that valuable, to be honest. There's a lot of things that I agree with, but I don't find it valuable to sit there. That's like going to a webinar. I could just do that on my own. That's not the value. The value is personal training. Perfect example. Someone pays you money, it goes to the gym to meet you, pays you money, and then they do the workout together. Versus you telling them, here's your homework, do this workout on your own. Okay? The people that I worked with in New York City, they are very busy. Okay? Some of these people were traveling constantly. Like the person that we know, constantly traveling, constantly for business, all over. So they pay for a personal, you know why they pay for a personal trainer? They pay $16,000, $20,000 at a time for personal training sessions, for packages. They pay because it's accountability. Can they do the push-ups on their own at their house? Sure. But it's the connection, it's the human element that they're paying for. So someone doing it with them, holding their hand as they do it, they want conversation, they want to connect, they want to hang out, they want friends. That's why they do it. That's why they pay for that. And they pay for a community where they feel like they belong somewhere so that they feel like they're at home. And that's what I realized working with people at that gym. You got people they have lots of cash. They have lots of cash and spending $200 for a personal training session is a drop in the bucket. But that's why they do it. Because obviously if someone didn't have the cash, they can go on YouTube and they can watch YouTube videos and they can do at-home workout videos. Sure. But that's not why they pay. And it's the same thing for that course that we're doing. To have to print out all those things that they're saying to print out.
You don't have to.
And then do the work and everything. That's a lot of work, right? If I want to get the most out of it, and that's why I do it. I want to get the most out of it. If we're paying the money to do this, I want to get the most out of it. That's why we do it. But what I realized is if you create the space where people do this together, because remember, let's think about people that have families. Let's think about people that have kids, wife, they have all these other responsibilities. If you're telling them to carve out time, to find time in your schedule, that's a lot. Versus if you have a designated time that you say, hey, we're going to meet up here at this time. And you get what I'm saying? That's a way different thing. That's a way different offer.
So, okay, just pause here for a moment. Let me just reflect like for a minute or less than that on what you just said so that it can really drop in, because I think that's really important and relevant. What you just said. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like having Yeah, it's just like having children, right? So we have children. We are soon gonna get our second child, and if we treat lifepurpose.com and what you just said, like I'm getting a lot of things that are coming through. Now it may be too soon to speak about it. So you're saying, yeah, we are providing the space where people can easily live, build, create their inner and outer work to fulfill their dharma.
Yes, look at the screen. Here's what I'm trying to highlight here. Okay? Here's what I'm trying to highlight. The age of doing courses is dead.
Yeah.
E-courses are dead now. Okay? Let's just be really, really blunt and honest with ourselves.
No, this is
here.
also about the transformation and the experience. And if our space can contain that.
That's what I'm talking about here. Okay? So what I'm trying to highlight here is this. You have a family, right? This is you, and you've got your family. Okay? You've got soccer, right? You've got soccer practice with the kids. You've got work, okay? You've got all these responsibilities, okay? If we're just selling an e-course, which you can always find the information now from ChatGPT, I just showed you, right? And we've been seeing this. You now have to look at your schedule and think, oh shit, like when am I going to do this? And then life gets in the way. And then when am I going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Right. Life gets in the way. When am I going to start living my true purpose?
Exactly. So therefore you need a container. You need a container. Okay. That container is where you meet up with a group of people that are doing the same exact thing as you, and you're working on it together. So think about how powerful this would be. You join a course. You join not a course. You join
a
mastermind, an accountability group. I like to call it an accountability group. It just makes the most sense. I think that's where we're honestly going, accountability group, because there's so much information out there. You know what to do, but you just need, honestly, someone to hold your hand through it. Just like with the example I gave about the personal training thing, right? Anyone can do push-ups. I work out on my own, but why does someone pay you to do the workout? It's accountability thing. It's accountability, okay? Because they're not going to do it themselves, okay? And to think about it from a client's perspective, to think about the workout stuff. Like, what am I going to do to work out? How am I going to work out? Who's going to watch my form? Maybe there's even people that have fear of lifting weights over the head and then if crashing down on their head, or what if they like break something? They want someone to check their form. That's why they pay for the accountability stuff, okay? And then also too with connection. It's already hard enough to try to schedule all this stuff in on your own. You need to have massive amounts of discipline and willpower to do these things. Some people just do not have that. And they have so much stuff going on that they just cannot schedule that time in. But if you say, hey, we have this container, we're going to help you. This is the cost. Treat it as an investment. Show up at this time. It's going to be Saturday, 2 p.m., and this is the time that you're always blocking out from your calendar. We're going to meet up for 3 hours, and I'm not going to talk. We're going to get to work. We're going to get busy, and we're going to create our brand message, okay? We're going to create our brand message.
So then it is really like a build your purpose container.
Yes.
And this is about building. This is literally about, okay, we're going to meet up weekly to build your purpose into a physical thing.
Yes.
So that it can no longer just be abstract, but actually be lived and experienced in the physical world.
Yes. That's already the offer.
Yeah.
So we don't need to complicate it anymore.
And
we don't
you
need to
come on the hot seat.
Exactly. We don't need to talk about the offer anymore. That's already done. That's why people would pay for this. That's already very clear.
That is pretty huge. Like if I think about the 10-year younger version of me, being 22, 23, just having left a waitress job in London, if I would come across an offer like we are building out, I'm like, wow. I would get the money together to actually do this, I think.
Of course you would. Of course you would. And we would do this throughout the entire year.
It's like I'm doing this for the past version of me too.
Yes, of course. And that's ultimately who you're marketing towards.
Wow.
You're marketing towards a past version of yourself.
Yeah.
Because you've been there. The only way that you're able to do this is if you've gotten yourself out of the mud. Just like Jennifer made that comment. It's the people that got through the mud. They have the scraped knees and they say, okay, this is how I made this mistake. This is what I'm saying. Don't do this mistake. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where we're coming from here. So people are going to pay for this. They're not going to pay for an e-course anymore. It's too much work and there's too much shit in an e-course now. And people are trying to pad it, you know? People try to pad e-courses with a whole bunch of stuff that you don't need so that you feel like you got the most value out of it. And then you're on your own. People don't want to be on their own. We work in tribes. We work in communities. That's the human condition. People want to work in groups if it's aligned. So this is the thing. It's a group. It's a group container. It's all human interaction, real humans getting together at the same exact time to do the work. That's the container. That's the offer. That's the work. That's what and that's the thing. What's the thing about the Bible? Those who gather in my name, right? When two or more are gathered in my name, that's when the energy.
That's where I am.
That's where the energy is strongest.
Yeah, right. And that's also what Jennifer said. Jennifer said that the future, it's all going to be about collecting, coming together as groups, because in groups, the highest codes, as she calls it, can come through because they come through a collective.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
So the idea is going to be bigger. The breakthroughs are going to be bigger. The transformation is going to be bigger.
Yes.
That's how I see it.
Hey, I apologize. I ask you, please, could you put your cup over there where it's like out of the way from all the tech? Because again, remember and we don't have that kind of cash to just be spending on a new, something if it gets water damage. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So there's no need to talk about the offer anymore. We already understand that. Okay. This is the direction we're going in. E-courses are dead. Books are dead. Okay. People can still read the books or whatever, but you know how much time that takes to read a book? And plus two,
So why are we still reading books in the evening?
To get reference experience so that we understand a little bit more in depth, because what happens is ChatGPT can give you a whole bunch of information, thousands of bits of information in seconds. But to understand, to like really kind of understand that stuff, sometimes you have to go a little bit slower. It gives it to you lightning fast. ChatGPT is fast. AI is fast, but the human brain is still kind of trying to catch up. So to really understand this, you have to go deeper. E-courses are dead. How much time when you can get it for free online? You can get the same information for free. It's not that. It's doing it together, because people will otherwise will quit if they're on their own. How do I know that? I know that from myself, from my own experiences. You know how in the time where I started building up my businesses, no one wanted to be an entrepreneur. It was not cool.
Yeah, same.
It was not cool to be an entrepreneur in 2012. Okay? Now it's people want to do it, but back then it was like, you're a loser. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you don't have a job. So being on your own, building a business it's hard. It's fucking hard regardless of where you are. Okay? What we're saying here is to build out your purpose. Building your purpose, we're trying to make it as supportive as possible. Because I've been there. I know what that's like. I know what that's like to not make payroll. I know what that's like to not have clients and you're actually doing this full time to pay your bills, to pay your rent. and it doesn't work out. You know what I'm saying? I know that feeling. I can help people navigate through that now at this stage in my life at 37 years old because I've been through all that shit in my 20s, right? And what it takes is, again, you need to be grounded. You need to be regulated. It takes working at this one thing at a time, really understanding, getting clear on who you want to offer to, and then just doing it. Because ultimately what you're going to find is, again, with the algorithm is only going to push your content the more volume that it has. Okay? You need the volume. But in order for you to get the content at scale, what do you need? You need to understand your identity first. You need to understand who you are first. Because if you create a whole bunch of mess and chaos, it's going to confuse the shit out of your audience. That's what I'm saying here. Okay? So we need to make sure that the content, when we get to this stage of creating content, we know and we're already clear and we're dialed in. This is just warming up. This is just me warming up and just, like getting the arm loose for what we're about to do. This is the same thing here. But now we're at the stage, because here's what I've been doing these last couple of weeks. We already created the brand compass template, right? We already have the working model here. We already have the, where are we here? We already have the templates, okay? We already have the script templates for how we're going to create long form templates. We already have that. We already have the short form templates for how we're going to create the scripts. We already have all of that. Last week, what did we do? We looked at and we studied the Samuel Lee stuff. We already did that. That's done. That chapter is finished. Done. Okay? We know that for the brand operating system, we have the 3 layers. By the time we get to creating content, this is why Gary Vee said that in this day trading attention book. Before you create a piece of content, know who the content is for. Know who the content is for. That's the cohorts. We have to understand that, because as we move downstream into the actual content production scale, we're gonna create massive amounts of content. But if we create the wrong kind of content that does not align with our message and where we're trying to go, we're drifting. And we're going to take much longer than we need to. Okay? So this is why we need to really settle this in here. Now, having said that, what we're going to do is we're going to finalize for today this brand template. Okay? Because after this, it's going to come down to the shorts. Okay? That's what we're trying to go for here. Okay? Let's actually update this, because this is actually wrong. This is actually wrong. It's brand identity. This is what we're working on. Brand identity.
My screen is really dark.
Yeah, because it's partly about the positioning. Does this make sense what we covered so far?
Yeah.
So we started off with talking about the metrics. The metrics are showing us, okay, when you create shorts, discovery is going to happen for us. It doesn't matter, right? YouTube is going to push it out. Whether it's good or bad, it's going to push it out regardless. People are going to subscribe to our channel regardless, good or bad. But it has to be aligned, because I'm not intending for people to subscribe to my channel if it has nothing to do with showing how to grow a YouTube channel. That's not the purpose. Okay? Same thing here. This is not the purpose. Same thing here. This is not the purpose. It's just me documenting. These are all just documenting pieces of content. Now we need to tie it in now, and we need to get it really tight, so that way we have something like this, not copying this person. I'm not saying that, but we have something like this where it's clear for us, it's clear for them. If you have never seen this person's content, what would you imagine that this person's content is about?
That she helps small YouTube channels grow and monetize income.
How simple is that? That's crazy simple, right? That's crazy simple. And then grow and monetize your YouTube channel in 6 months. All YouTube based, how to grow and monetize your YouTube channel in 6 months. Easy. Clear your blocks, build your, what does that mean, right? So that's what we have to get very clear on this. This channel is about the inner and outer work of living your purpose. Okay. And then this is what I do, etc., etc. Okay. Same thing here. Lifepurpose.com. Okay. The lifepurpose.com is a live action. So we need to really get this dialed in, because if that's not the case, then that's not the truth. And we need to understand that for ourselves. So let us now go here into Notion. Let's work on this brand template and let's generate a new updated brand compass to really get ourselves in line here. And we already have now from ChatGPT this outline here. Okay. And we're going to finish this today. Okay. So we have the next hour and a half to do this. So we're going to lock this in. So I'm going to take a break and we'll be right back. Okay. Why is your screen so dark? Hold on a second.
Yours is really light.
Okay, I think I gotta update your settings here. Hold on. That's right. I gotta do your thing too. Okay, hold on a second. Let's go into
Maybe get the saturation down.
yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, let me copy this. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to yours. Yeah, that's why. That's why. %, 140 picture.
Wonderful.
Okay. Automatic scented weighted. Okay. How is that possible?
You also have a different camera, don't you?
No, it's the same camera. Hmm. Hold on a second. Let's see what that looks like here.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Now more light comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, yeah, right, because we're so close to the window thing.
Mm.
Right. Hmm. Right.
Just leave it like that.
Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that we've got the most light on you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. All right. Good enough. Next. So to wrap that idea in before I went to use the bathroom here, I was saying something about warming up the account. So as I understand it, when you're first starting up a YouTube channel, there's very low trust and you're just a new channel, right? People don't want to be, the YouTube algorithm doesn't want your channel to be spam. And that's why you have the criteria for the YouTube monetization program to have like 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers or whatever the number is to get monetized. In order for you to hit that threshold, you have to prove that you're not spam. You have to post content that is not repetitive in nature, or that is, especially now, AI generated, that is repetitive and spammy in nature, and that is mass produced. In order to accomplish that, it's a process of figuring out your brand message for the YouTube partner program. For a human to understand your messaging, warming up that account as well is going to create content, it's going to require you creating content on one specific message. And you need to do maybe like 30 to 100 videos, which doesn't take a year. It doesn't take 2 years to do it. It can take like a week or two to do it if you do it right, if you know how to do it. So when I started the tarot channel, I started 1 week where I just posted the next 12 videos for the week ahead. And like I told you, the next morning, I had a whole bunch of people subscribing to the channel. Why? Because it was all on tarot. And the mistake that I made was that too early on, I started to say, okay, now I want to create evergreen content that had nothing to do with the tarot, had nothing to do with it. What would have been better is if I would have said tarot and then spiritual awakening or something like this. But then to go from tarot to just making these random videos, it loses the audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not what they subscribe for. So, if especially too, like if you think about the tarot audience is predominantly women, right? It's like 90% women. And if you're talking about business and they have no interest in that, and they just want to get a love tarot reading to figure out their love life stuff, that doesn't resonate with that audience. So these are the mistakes that I made. And this is why it's important to warm up the account to, number one, show the algorithm that show the YouTube algorithm that you're not a spam by posting content, so that way when you actually do start to post content at scale, it's normal. It's a normal behavior. Okay. Posting 12 videos in a one day is not normal behavior, but that's why you have to build up that trust with the platform so that they know you're not spam. You get what I'm saying? That takes time. So that's why we want to create that kind of cadence in the future. We want to be posting consistently to just let it know, okay, you know, we're active, right? Because when the time comes, we're going to be creating content at scale. What I'm talking about is creating like, you know, 3 or 4 easy pieces a day. And that's what I was doing with the shorts in the last couple of weeks. Within the last 2 weeks, I was posting about 6 shorts a day. 6. So imagine what we're going to do when we have 6 shorts a day tailored to our audience, to the people that we're actually trying to reach. It's going to go very fast. So that's why we need to warm up and we need to really get our thing going now. But now that we're at the stage where I created the templates, we already have a working model for the brand compass. We're going to now go in that direction so that way we know, you know, this is the kind of content that we need to create and it needs to fit with the brand overall. Having said that, I asked you earlier to create a series of like a little bit of objectives. Like, what are your objectives for doing this, right? So we're going to take a look at that now. Yeah. No, I can move you. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
But just make sure that that's like usually like your positioning. Okay.
I just want to reflect briefly back on the video of the Lee guy from last time. The video where he showed this very short workout has nothing to do with his actual branding message, but it had the highest views from what I saw. Just saying.
And what you're going to find is that has nothing to do with his overall brand messaging.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. It has nothing to do with that. So if I'm coming to his platform to learn about workout stuff for spiritual people, I'm going to be massively disappointed. So all the views still in that case don't even matter. So what's then the truth? Subscribers and views don't matter. Targeting does. Being super aligned with what you're doing does. Because you could get 100 views, but if you get 100 views from aligned people, that's what matters.
Yes.
That's the key for me, at least. That's how I would think about it.
Yeah.
All right, now let's go back here.
Yeah.
Okay, what we need to do, what I need to do actually is say here. Okay, so this is actually where I did leave off anyway. Okay. Okay, great that you brought that up because I have been working on this brand compass template regardless this previous week, and I like what you have, and I need to basically remodel this template, I think, to fit that, period. What I need you to do for me first, though, is I need you to audit very carefully the current brand template that I have. And I need your help distilling it to basically have the most important parts necessary to help identify the brand stuff, period. You're going to look at the blue call out block called the personal brand theme outline. And this section in particular is basically for identifying someone's personal brand, like in a nutshell, and helping get like their messy ideas and notes and thoughts straightened out, period. Because then Notion AI is going to execute the prompt in section A by looking at section C and answering those questions in section C, and basically filling out every micro prompt for section C to then generate and output everything in section D, basically, period. Oh, that's way too long. Basically, I need you to look at the personal brand theme outline. And the idea here is I need you to look at the overall template, basically. And I need to really distill this so that this is very easy to navigate and understand. Period. Actually, you know what? Okay, on this note, because I really do like what you're saying here, comma, I currently have been creating a template, basically my own brand compass template. And this should be basically usable for any user that uses this. So whether it's me or lifepurpose.com or Cindy Lauper or whoever, they should be able to use this template and answer some questions for themselves and then get the generated output, basically. And the way that I did this was that I have a blue call out block where someone can just write in their messy notes. And then we've got like this analysis output basically in the blue call out block, but I'm not sure if that should go in there, and I'm not sure how we should structure this. So I need right now the template to be audited and graded out of 100% in terms of what you said here in this previous message and whether or not we should incorporate what you said here into this template, and how are we going to do that, period. You're going to work with Notion AI. So you're going to give all your instructions to Notion AI in a markdown call out block. That's going to be one message, and you're going to tell Notion AI exactly what to do, period. And it's going to have to execute for me, period. first things first is let's get an audit and grade on this current template out of 100%. And then I need to basically massively simplify this template somehow so that we have your elements that you actually put out here. Because the idea is we need to outline someone's brand and their brand compass. And then we also need an analysis of how clear that is. And we also need channel banner, YouTube banner description, X bio descriptions, things like that, where the user can just plug that in so that everything is in line. And then when they create content from there, they know exactly the kind of content they need to create that matches up and compounds to the bigger picture, which is their overall message, period. And also, I need somehow for section D to basically generate potential titles based on the overarching sequence of the brand. So like how you said here, mission, business objectives, transformation, offer, cohort, message, proof of work, content pillars, etc., etc., etc. Okay? That's what we need to really figure out now. So that way we can start creating this content at scale, please. All right, and now from here, that's the thing. That's where we're going from here. So once we know that, we're very clear. And that's the other thing too. Like we want to do this without boxing ourselves in, and that can be difficult. That can be very difficult. So this is a process here. First grade the architecture, then give you the okay. Your template is strong but too heavy. Yes, exactly. It has the right ingredients, but it's doing too many things into too many places. You have something to say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Too much of a mess right now, period. And it's even more confusing, period. I need you to help me define and understand the purpose of each of these sections first and foremost, because section D should only be the output of section C, period. Section C should be micro prompts. And basically, when I tell the agent, execute the prompt in section A, the only thing that the agent is doing basically is it's looking at section C and it's answering the questions. And it's answering the questions based on the raw brand fill out and is also giving an analysis output, I think. So I need a lot of clarity now on how to do this. Like you gave me this earlier, and how do we fit that into here logically and coherently? Question mark. And coherently? Question mark. Yes, exactly. That's what I want. Exactly. Yes. 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 That's better. Because we don't need to complicate this. Let's make this easy on ourselves here. You need to merge section C and section D, period. Section D literally just needs to say to the agent, output everything in section D, period. Section A should be very clear in saying, hey, you're going to follow section C as the prompt, and everything has to be generated in section D in the exact order that you see the prompts in section C. Does that make sense? Question mark? Section D does not have the formatting and the structure. Section C is what has everything in order, and it has to be generated exactly as it has to be generated in bullet points, with bold headers, whatever, okay? That's what we need, period. Do that again. Okay, now we're going to really tighten this up here. Much better. And you see how, like, okay, for example, you're here, right? You're here with me, and you're not necessarily doing this work, but do you see the value that you have by just holding space?
I don't know.
Like really wrap.
You would have to share whether or not and how that's valuable for you.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Okay, let's get another audit and cleanup, please. Period. So the idea here is that we have the call out block, raw brand fill out input, period. What we need to do is simplify this hard. Okay. So you're going to look at this and you're going to help me now organize everything and help me get this thing really dialed in. It's got to be very simple, but yet also basically what someone would expect to basically fill out for a brand, especially for a personal brand. And we need to figure out like, how is it that we can get an output super clear and simplified, period. So I have added the raw brand fill out input, call out block, and all the text. I need you to clean this up super hard for me. There should not be all of these sections. It should be super simple, super dialed in. And it should ask basically like the initial questions. And it should ask also of the user to basically write their notes so that way Notion AI can generate the mission, the objectives, etc. What their mission is, what their objectives are, etc. So that by the time we get to section C, it can produce all the front-facing things, basically. And it can basically write out like super clear what it is that that person should be writing or saying in their YouTube channel description and their banner so that everything front facing. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yes. Perfect. That's it. Period. The raw brand fill out call out block is internal facing. And I don't know if there should be a prompt in there or not for Notion AI just yet, but section D should be outward facing, basically. And it should be an analysis score, and it should be basically like giving the user the understanding of what kind of content they're creating and like the brand messaging and the objectives and everything. And then that helps them refine from there. So the blue call out block is messy on purpose. And it basically is going to require them to look at themselves and like, who do they want to help? And also maybe takes layer 1 content, which are linked views, and helps the user understand a bit more about what they're trying to achieve, period. But I need this raw brand fill out template to be super distilled because there's just too much going on here. And it's repetitive and it's messy, period. So we need to get a new version on here hard. And basically I want questions that the user can fill out as like bullet points. So those should be just bullet points of questions, and there should be a section that says like answer these questions, and it should be in a H3 format for Notion. And then there should be another section for like your overall hypothesis or like messy notes or something like this. And then we should have something here where damn it. Fuck. This is hard. All right, I need your help. Okay. If you are someone that's never done a personal brand thing before and you're trying to navigate your brand, what do you need to make it super clear? Okay. Because right now we got a whole mess right now. There's a whole mess right here. And I need help to simplify this hard. What do you need? It's not going to be worth your time to read through all this because it's just too much. It's just too much. And I need you because, like I told you before, you keep everything massively simple.
Okay, ask me again.
Okay. Right now we're creating a brand compass. The purpose of the brand compass is to identify key things like what our mission is, what's our objective, etc. We need somehow that. Okay. We need somehow that in here. Okay. So hold on a second. Let me actually, if you're creating your brand and all the stuff that we've been through, what do you need to know? Basically, like if you're filling out like a questionnaire, what do you need to see on there to help you? What are some questions that you need? Okay, hold on a second. Let me go back to what you're doing and think about that. Let that percolate for a second.
No, I cannot go back and think about it. I would have to just be present and
Okay, focus on that. Then I gotta do this thing here. If you need to leave the room to think about that, or if you need to go outside for a bit, come back. I'll give you 15 minutes, but I need you to do that for me now. Okay.
Do you have a pen? What's your question again?
Okay. I am creating a brand compass template for us. Okay. The purpose is to define what the brand is so that you can get real clarity on the brand from your side so that by the time you share your message outside and it's front facing, what questions do you need answered? What do you need to actually write down?
Okay, this is about getting clarity on my brand message, on my brand compass.
Yes.
And what questions can me help to get the clarity on what my brand is?
Yeah, exactly. Hold on a second. Let me write this down. All right. So it's still too messy. And what we need right now is to basically ask ourselves if the raw brand fill out input box is for the user, that's their internal stuff. And that's where they're going to write out what's their objectives, what's their overarching mission, and answering questions about them and like what do they want to get out of this stuff and what are their interests and what do they want to be known for, which it gets pulled from layer 1, which are linked views, period. So we somehow need to ask them questions. So one section is going to ask them questions that they're going to fill out like a questionnaire. Another section is going to be their messy input stuff. And then a third section, I don't know if we need to have the prompt in there for Notion AI to diagnose or if we just leave that for section D, period. But I need you to help me really shrink this down a lot because there's just too much right now. And it's got to be for the user and it's got to be simple for the user to understand. Yeah, this is the thing that I need to really, really get like locked in. Break.
Yeah, I got something here. Can I share something with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So I personally found this to be very helpful, and I sent you a picture on Signal. This is a screenshot of the magnetic iconic brand message, and I personally find it very useful and very simple. Let me know when you have it up.
Yeah, that's not what we're looking for here.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. You just go back to what you're doing. It's actually just making it worse now. So no offense.
So you wanna get help with actually creating questions to get clarity and breadth.
Just go back to what you're doing. Sorry, I have to finish this right now. I have to finish this right now.
Well, let me know if you need something.
And you're going in this direction. I'm trying to go in this direction. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Motherfucker, man, this is getting so irritating.
Time for a break?
No, not time for a break. It's time to lock in and focus. Not fucking be on the phone and get distracted. We got to focus on this. All right. No. Once again, no, that's not the direction I'm trying to go in. Look, let's make this really simple and unfuck ourselves here. Period. UNFUCK ourselves here. Period. The blue call out block, the purpose of the blue call out block is to do what? Question mark. It's to be input. It's where the user writes their ideas. Okay? We just need questions. Let's start there. Period. What are the most important questions that we need to be asking ourselves, which have to include our mission and our objectives? Period. What are the most important questions that someone needs to know about figuring out what the fuck their brand is? And let's go there. God damn it. Yes, that's what we need. We need to keep it simple, super simple. That's it. That's it. Personal objective. What do I personally want? There you go. Done. 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 Yes, 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 yes. That's it. That's the fucking thing. Oh man. Fucking Notion AI. Okay, how do I need to format this thing? Let me figure out how to format this thing. What do I need to see if I'm trying to get a brand going as quickly as possible and not fucking distract myself? I need a one section, questions. 2, messy notes. And it's all in this container. That's the input box. That's all we're focusing on is this fucking thing here. That's what we have to focus on. That's what we have to focus on. It's that. It's that simple. The mission, the objective. What are the objectives? What's the mission here? And that's the thing. It's frustrating when like there's so much shit and ChatGPT can just put out so much stuff that it's like it's too complicated right now. And it's causing a lot of friction. And I can feel that in my chest. It doesn't feel good. And like I need help doing this because I've never done this before, you know? And again, that's why someone would pay for something like this.
So
That's
when
why
you say
that's the
you-
value of this.
When you say you need help, are you referring to me helping you?
I don't know. Hold on a second. I'm going to do this myself here because let's create another section. That's what I'm looking for. It needs to be so fucking simple. Like, come on, man. Don't make this more complicated than it has to be. We can already go. We can already go. We can already do it. There's no more fucking courses. There's no more, just do it. Just do the work. Put the work in. That's it. That's why I get frustrated because it's like, no, man, we're going in the wrong ether. We're going in the wrong cosmos. All right. Once again, you're going in the wrong direction, period. That is too many H2 or H3 call out blocks. I'm not asking for all that bullshit, period. I'm asking for numbered list questions, period. That's all I'm asking for. It has to be fucking mega clear and simple. We need simplicity. It has to be so fucking simple. That's the idea here, period. I need you to have 3 sections maximum. The first section is the questions for the human to fill out, period. The second section is the raw brand notes, where they write down their messy notes, period. The third section is what, period. Look at your previous message and then look at this call out block and give me the updated 3 sections with the most important questions compressed into a numbered list format. There we go. Now we're getting there. Yes. Yes. Better. Raw brand notes, layer 1 stuff. Yes. Yeah, because then for that, you just have that one prompt. That's not what we're talking about here. Okay, I got it. Okay, yes, now we're coming into focus. There we go. Now we're coming into focus. Okay, I understand now what we have to do here. Let's take all of this. And we're going to move this out of here. Because the thing is, for section C of this template, we want to prompt the agent to get to the point where it literally just outputs everything that we need front facing for section D. We can't get to section D and get the output that we want, the cleanest output that we want, if we're trying to do all this mess. This is a mess. This is an absolute mess right here. It's not going to go anywhere. All right, now let's take this part and we're going to copy this back up here into the blue box. That's much better. And I do apologize. It is distracting when you're on your phone and I see you doing pictures and stuff like this. But that's the whole point of the energy, you know? That's the thing. Wow. That's the reason why people have to show up in a peak state for those 3 hours and not be fucking on the phone, because then it distracts the energy. It's massively distracting for the energy.
Even if there's nothing else to do for me right now.
Even if there's nothing, yes, because
it's just you holding the present and holding the space.
Mm-hmm, because then otherwise otherwise it's useless. For that, I would have been better just being by myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause think about it. We only have but so much time here. We're already at the last hour and we only have 45 minutes left at best. By you being on the phone, it's distracting the shit out of me. You know, I hear you laughing.
Why did you say that?
Because I don't want to be rude or disrespectful, but it's like, oh my God, like you're here to show up with me for these 4 hours. We're here to co-create this, and you're here laughing on the phone or whatever. It's like for that.
Because I just saw you being on the doing your thing, and it's like I didn't felt that you need me for anything.
But that's why I need you. I need you to focus here. I need you to be in a peak state with me and focus. Focus,
Okay.
manifestation, law of attraction manifestation, right? It's like you're focusing on the end result with me, right? We're focusing on the end result together. That's why we do this together as a group. Otherwise, yeah, someone is better off doing it on their own because it is just distracting. That's why someone pays for this stuff. Because think about it. If I'm a personal trainer and I'm on my phone and I'm texting on my phone, how valuable is that personal trainer?
That's why presence is so important.
Presence is important.
Well, I'm glad you did say something, at least at the end.
Presence is important. But no, that's important because now we see something now very important here.
Yeah.
All right, now the next thing here is raw brand input. Okay, because here's the thing. What we're going to do now is I'm going to need you to test this out, okay? That's why I need you, and I need you to be focused on what we're doing here so that you can see what I'm trying to do here, because remember, this isn't just for us. I'm intending to give this to other people. I'm intending to give the version 1 to other people for free, but I need to make sure that it's so simple that anyone can understand it. And you don't see the work that I do throughout the week, which is great because now I can show you from a neutral place and you can be like, okay, can I understand how to actually create a brand message out of thin air using this template? That's what we're trying to do. And we're trying to get a version 1 here so that we can shape it so the person has at least a good starting direction. That's important. That's very important. And yeah, it is frustrating. It is frustrating when you're trying to figure this out and the energy is not there, you know?
It's hard to trying to find it out and the energy isn't there. That's why creating an intentional space where the energy can hold you.
Yeah, but you can't
So
do
important.
that if you can't do that if you're on this. You can't do that if you're distracted by that.
Don't do that.
You cannot do that if you're distracted by that stuff. You know? And you talk about constantly how much you hate using the phone. You hate using the phone, but yet you're on the phone.
Yeah, but I also felt like there is no use for me sitting here while you were figuring this out with AI.
But that's why we're here. That's why we're here together.
Yeah, but I felt like I could not contribute anything to you doing the coding, etc.
All right. Let's focus here. But do you see how like this really does add up to that group thing?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I apologize about the phone. But it is distracting. And we have to focus. You know, we only have 4 hours and then the next thing you know, we got to come back next week. Raw brand fill out. This is the user input box. Answer the questions, add messy notes, and paste your strongest layer 1. All right. Okay, we're getting there now, but we're still not locked in, period. You started out by giving me this brand compass and you gave me these questions. Where are these questions reflected in section 1? Questions for the human to fill out? Question mark. I want to basically be able to have a user ask certain questions that are going to help them really drill down and get super clear on their freaking message. Period. So I'm asking you, like, are we asking the right questions here for the user? Question mark.
I think this should be my homework for next week.
No, that is not homework. That's a waste of time. That's already 7 days. That's not going to do it. You're not going to get the thing. Ask ChatGPT is going to be way faster. It's going to be way faster. What I need your help with is to look at it and tell me if that makes sense. That's what we need to do. And we can do this in the next 30 minutes, but we have to focus. That's what we're trying to do with this.
Well, I may come up with completely different questions than AI. And that's why, yes, you want to have AI assist you with your soul's purpose. But if we're here to align people to their higher consciousness, to their higher purpose, we also need to include their higher mind. We also need to like, okay, God, what do you want me to do?
Say that again.
Okay, God, what do you want me to do?
The whole thing.
I'm saying that I personally would ask different questions than AI would ask a user or a client. And I would ask a client, I would align them to their highest mission that God put them here on earth to do. Because there are so many distractions left and right, especially if you get stuck in the mind, and we want to operate from a place beyond the mind. Where it's like, okay, God, make it simple. What do you want me to do? I want to help you build people's purpose so that they can fulfill their dharma. So that's what God is telling me, or my highest self.
And that's all you needed to do. So now from here, ChatGPT can generate questions like that. Great. Thank you. Seriously.
Because otherwise you get stuck in overthinking.
Yes. And there's no need to overthink this. It's just make it simple. We just need simple questions. All right. So look, let's now really dial this in here. Period. HEMMA wants super highly aligned divine spirit questions. And I also want business questions. So for someone's personal brand, again, we need to align them to like really good purpose-driven clarity, right? That's what this whole thing is about. It's clarity. It's about getting clarity on the freaking brand and what they stand for, okay? And for sure, mandatory questions are going to be mission and their objectives. Like, what do they want to get out of it? With some examples, okay? And then the answer. So I want to see question number 1, whatever the question is. And then I want to see an example sub bullet point underneath that. And then I want to see an answer, their answer bullet point underneath that. Okay, so we need a bullet point question, we need an example bullet, and then we need a bullet answer so that they have the reference, all right? Period. Look over the block again, and then look over your input again, and let's really tighten this down to maybe 22 questions maximum. With examples and a space for them to answer. That's it. We did it now. We did it now. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want now. Define the mission, define the objectives. Yes, sure. But we also need to define the higher calling for it.
Well, just like you mentioned earlier, you said you have realized for yourself, Gabriel, with the help of many psychedelics that you took, that you are here to help people bring their purpose to life.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
That's already a lot of clarity.
In what capacity? That's what I'm talking about here. Like, and it has to be like super clear in this capacity. Yes, now we're locked in. Yes. but they're still too generic. They do not fully pull out the divine mission. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We need to not only just talk about the business stuff about it, we need to talk about the spiritual purpose stuff about it. Okay? That's it. This is it. Yes, 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 yes. That's what I want. That's what we need here. Okay? Now, let me show you this because it's going to tie back into this now.
So you literally just needed one sentence from me.
Yes, and that's all I need. But again, in order for you to get there, I need you to lock in with me.
Then from now on, always say that, okay? Don't hold it back.
Yep. Hold on a second. Okay, let's look through this. Hold on a second. Yeah, but that's also the thing too. Like, I don't know how to ask. I don't know what the question is to ask you because I'm trying to figure this out as well as we go along with this. Well,
that's why I just want to say this one thing. That's why the intention of the free workshop and getting people introduced to the work that we do, and what came to me as the Life Purpose Sanctuary, this is to lead and connect people back to their hearts and to their I am presence. Because the only way for people to figure out their purpose is to reconnect to their highest self.
Hey, Hema, I'm sorry. We got to get this done.
Okay.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm asking you right now. Here's what we're going to do right now. You're going to identify, you're going to read each question, and you're going to tell me if this question should be in here or not, okay? Listen to your inner voice and tell me what your inner voice says. Do we need this question here or not?
This question is for future clients and for future clients, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. It's just now the energy is going in that direction, okay? And I know we can do this in the next 20, 30 minutes.
Why does this brand exist beyond content, views, or money? Yes.
Okay. Next.
What do you personally want this brand to help you create? No. What business, movement, offer, or community are you building through this brand? Yes. Who do you want to help first? Yeah. Yes. Yes. I would rephrase that question to what is the transformative experience that you are intending to offer?
Next.
Why should people trust you? Yes. 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 What could people eventually pay you for? This is referring to their offers. Yes. Where should people go next if they want more? If they want more of you or want more to see or explore your offering, that question is not fully clear. What should this brand not become?
That's good. Keep that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now, from here, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this now.
Oh, 12 questions. Good.
Okay. All right. Now, what I need you to do for me is we've got these questions that we like. I need you to combine them with the 21 questions now and reprint everything with examples and answer now, please. Did you do what I told you to do? Question mark. Did you overwrite questions? Because that's not what I told you to do. I told you to do exactly what I told you to do, which is I told you to basically give me the questions that you had in this message combined with the questions that I selected and make sure that you duplicate any repetitive questions. You know, that's also why I get upset too, because like I want to make sure that my time, like I make the best use of my time. You know, like otherwise for these 4 hours, I could have just been doing my other work. But I'm taking the time out of my Sunday to do this. I could have been sleeping. I could have been doing other things. I don't have to work every single day. I don't want to work every single day, but I'm in a stage where I have to work every single day to help. These are the questions from the previous section. All I'm asking you to do is combine the 12 questions with this set and make sure that there are no duplicates. That's all I'm asking you to do. Please do not deviate and make up your own thing like you usually do. Period. Give me an example for each of the questions and then an answer bullet point. Make it easy on all of us, please. Yeah, you know, that's the irony. People are afraid of AI taking their jobs, but this thing is like stupid sometimes. It's like, come on, man, please make my life easy. You're making it more complicated than easy, actually. Please do me a favor and just make sure that these questions are added to your 21 question set here. Actually, you know, I'm even making that complicated for myself here. I'm making that complicated for myself here. All right, now I need you to audit all of these questions, period. You've been giving me some weird updates, and look, let's just make this really easy. Let's hit a massive reset and let's start from zero, period. Look at these questions that I have and make sure that you update the entire question set so that there are no duplicates questions. Do you understand? Okay, never mind. This is terrible. This is terrible. It's not doing the thing that I told you to do. I told her to do. I don't understand how difficult that is to do just a simple thing.
Maybe we need to do it.
All right, one more time. You know, that's the thing. It's when you actually do this stuff live and you're documenting your work, it's documenting the frustration that comes along with it. The ups and the downs. Okay. For these questions, make sure that you reprint them with an example underneath the question and then the answer underneath the example. All right. Now, let's look through the entire set of questions again, and we're going to do a process of elimination, please, okay? So the idea here is that, again, what we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to give a user, even us, massive clarity on building a brand as quickly as possible, so that way they at least have a version 1 and they can get started. We do not want to waste time doing this. It does not, I'm guaranteeing you, it does not take a week to figure out your brand message. It's the same example with the kid that did the Buster videos. He grew an account from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 15 days. To take even a week when we've been letting this sit for years. We've had lifepurpose.com for years now. It does not matter, you know? So what we're trying to figure out here is, let's get the questions, let's get the absolute clarity. What you're going to do is you're going to read each question and you're going to tell me if that is a question that's going to be in the final set of questions. So if someone were to ask you these questions and they were to say, hey, fill out these questions and tell me what your brand is about, how would you do that? Okay. That's what we're trying to really accomplish here. And we're going to incorporate the Lisa Nichols snap statement. We're going to prompt it, all that stuff. Okay. But for right now, let's get the help of AI to think about these questions, narrow them down into the top 10 or 21 or 22 or 11 questions or whatever. And let's let the AI then create the front-facing message for us for the brand so that we can update the channel banner. We can update the descriptions on all that stuff so we can start getting in alignment with the kind of content we need to create, okay? All right, ready?
Yes.
So read the first question.
Why does this brand exist beyond content, views, or money? Should I read example 2?
You just tell me if the question should stay there. You can read the example if you want to, but tell me if the question should stay there.
Let me read over all the questions first silently. If you can scroll down.
Here, you scroll down with the mouse.
I'm gonna highlight the ones that I find very relevant.
Okay, hold on a second. In order to do that, here, you're gonna take this and you're gonna
Just
press the button.
Okay.
Okay.
We already have this one. You can delete this one. We already have this one.
Okay, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
We're gonna ask Notion AI this time to deduplicate.
Highlight. Highlight.
Press bottom left.
I think we already have this one. Yeah, we already have this one.
Done. Thank you.
Wait. And this one. So these are my must-have questions.
Cool. Done. Read through all of the questions in this call out block for section 1, period, questions for human to fill out, and put a strike through on any questions that are repeated or duplicated. These are your must have questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Why why are you guys doing this to me? Seriously. Why are you doing this? It indented. Oh my god. All right, please undo your changes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Terrible. Terrible. How terrible. Terrible. Why are you messing up the formatting? I apologize that I'm sounding like I'm complaining so much. This is just what makes it drain. This is what makes this whole thing so draining to do. Like, why would you change up all of this formatting and it just makes me waste more time? That's it. That's all this is doing right now. It's not providing any value to my life. It's actually making my life more stressful. Oh, Jesus H. Are you for real? Oh my God. This is, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right. Now let's get another audit here. Period. Are these elements that you originally gave me reflected in these questions in this section? Oh, come, please, Jesus. All right. This is that day. Okay. All right, once again, period. Let's keep working this down, and we're going to move to the final couple of sets here. Period. What I need from you is I need you to give me a solid set of questions that are so tight, like a tiger, that it helps anyone get massive clarity on their brand immediately, and basically shows them where they are and what they're aligned to or not. Period. The only way that we're going to do that is if we have really good, high clarity questions. Okay? Period. So you're going to look over these questions. Period. And you're going to show with green checks or red X marks what stays and what goes. And you're going to update the sample set with the examples and the answer, period. You're going to give it in the exact order that I have. You're not going to mix up the order. You're going to print it out the exact way, period. Do that now. Okay. This for me stays. This for me stays. That's pretty much the same thing, honestly. What do you want from having a personal brand? What are your objectives?
I like the terminology purpose to income mentorship.
Restart iPhone.
Yeah, keep this question too.
Yes, that's what I want. Still didn't do the right thing. All right. Hold on a second. How should I do this here? Because I don't know how to do this. Oh, okay. Right. Let me just move up everything that's here. Let's at least finish this up and then we're going to call it a day here, okay? And then next week we answer these questions basically for this brand. And then from there, we have to go downstream. And when I say downstream, I mean going to the questions that are going to lead us to basically understanding the content that we're going to create. Because again, at some point, it's enough to be doing this. We've been doing this for weeks now. It's now important to create the content, you know, but aligned content. All right. Now, one more time. Let's read through these questions and determine if they stay or they go. The ones that are only highlighted, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only ones that I care about right now. Okay?
What is your overall mission? What do you feel spiritually, morally, and deeply called to help people with? Yes. What are your main objectives for having this brand? What do you want? This was your question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to be known for? Do you want it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of content should people expect from you? Yes. What should this brand not become?
That's actually really important here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In one sentence, what should a stranger understand about this brand in 10 seconds?
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Yeah, me too. What do you feel spiritually? This is the same question as above. This one is the same as the first, isn't it?
No.
No? Okay.
But hold on a second. Let's actually put that up here.
What is your overall mission? What do you feel spiritually, morally, and deeply called to help people with? What do you feel spiritually, morally, or deeply called to help people with? That's for me the same.
Okay. We'll tighten up those two questions then.
Okay. Where were we? In one sentence, what should it? Okay, yes. What is this audience struggling? Yes. What does this audience deeply want? Yes. What is the core message?
Yes.
What is the core message you want to repeat? Yeah. What is the first simple offer? Yes. Where should people go next? Yes. If this brand works perfectly? Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's stay right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, if we have 12 questions, great.
Mm-hmm.
12 is a good number.
Hema mentioned these questions looked a little bit repetitive. Period. What do you say? And how can we make sure that there's a clear distinction? Basically, we want to know the person's mission. Like, what's their overarching thing?
I want to say something about that one question. And let me actually speak to AI right now. So I want to highlight about this question. This question is designed to align and connect people with their spiritual believe about God and whatever God or the divine means to them, and to ask them basically, what did God or the universe or the cosmos or the divine, whatever term you refer to, put you here on earth to do? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or what do you believe that God put you here to do?
Or what do you believe that God put you here to do? Period.
Yeah.
Either way, I think we should make these two separate questions, not merge them, but make a very distinct separation between the two.
Yeah, your divine calling.
Yes.
Oh, this is great. These questions are great.
Yes.
This is
that's
great.
Good. That's good. What do you believe?
We got them in the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
They're good.
All right. So that replaces these two now.
Yes.
Okay, good. There we go. Now it's much clearer, right?
Yes.
And that's the thing.
Right. How does the brand serve this higher calling?
Yeah, exactly. How does
That's
the brand
good.
serve that deeper calling? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right. These 13, I think we got here. Let's now evaluate this. Okay. Since you cannot see it from my side, comma, the first 13 questions have been highlighted, which means they are the ones that we favor the most. Period. I want you to help identify those 13 questions and tell us if that's a complete set of questions for helping someone get clarity on their brand as just a raw input. I have to review this because like the frustration just now was that it was like updating its own questions from before, and that's not what I want. I want the exact same questions, you know? You see? Why is that? That's not the question. What are your main objectives? That's 3. Who do you want to help first? That's 4. That's not what that was.
I personally would leave the questions that we had just selected and no more ask AI for support on this.
All right. I don't know what the questions are that you just input. And again, you just did the same thing all over again. You added questions in somewhere where now I don't know what was the original question that I gave you versus what you decided to put in, period. Give me those 3 questions that you said that we should add. There we go. Okay. Now, from here, comma, let's get an audit and grade out of 100% in terms of the clarity on the questions and the examples, so that a user who has never done a brand audit and figured out what their personal brand is or their messaging is can answer these questions in a way that's authentic to them, and then be able to move downstream to the rest of this template so they can define their brand compass. Period. Does this initial starter set of questions help someone define and get clarity on their brand compass? Question mark. For each question, you're going to write down the question in the exact order that is listed. And you're going to print it out the exact same way. Do not deviate. And what you're going to do is you're going to put a green check emoji or a red X if it should stay or if it should go. And if it helps someone identify their mission, their objectives, what their brand is about, and what do they basically want someone to understand about their brand in 10 seconds or less. If the only thing that the person saw about their YouTube channel, for example, was their channel banner. Period. It has to be so simple that someone can literally, a stranger could literally read the person's channel banner text or their channel description and understand the entire purpose of the channel. I think that's honestly how simple it needs to be in this timeline that we're in. Okay. Now, what you're going to do here is you're going to audit this set of questions one more time. And I need an example and answer for the question that's at the end that's missing what it needs to basically help someone navigate that answer. All right. This is now a strong raw input. It gives enough material for the rest of the brand compass template to generate. Yes. That's the idea. The main weakness is still order, not content. Question 14. What method? All right, now audit and grade this question set out of 100%, period. Is this adequate for helping someone now navigate their brand, especially a personal brand, to get instant clarity on what they're doing so that by the time we get downstream to the prompts in section C for the agent to fill out, based on that raw brand fill out input content, comma, the user then is going to have an accurate compass as to the kind of content they need to create and the kind of descriptions that they need to have for the front facing audience to quickly get and understand what they're about in 10 seconds or less, question mark. Okay, great. Now from here, please reprint the questions and the examples, everything word for word. Do not mess that up. The only thing you're going to do is you're going to optimize the order, period. After this, we're done, okay? And thank you. That's I needed that help, right? Because that's all front facing stuff. I help that's all front facing. That's front facing. We don't care about that. We care about the clarity. We need the clarity. All right, now from here, we're going to do one more walk through here. Okay, now audit and grade this set out of 100%, period. If someone who has never built a personal brand before is using this brand operating system to figure out what their brand is, and they went to the layer 1 of the brand operating system and they started writing out their interests and the things that they want to be known for, and now it comes down to actually tightening that up so that way Notion AI or any other AI tool can generate section D output based on the micro prompts from section C, comma, is this raw input for them adequate enough to answer these questions and to basically help them, figure out what their brand messaging is, question mark. Okay. Okay, cool. Now, we're not going to work on section C because that's going to have to be for my next deep work session because we're done here, but the idea is I need you to audit the entire template now and tell me if the raw brand fill out input section is adequate to then get the agent to use that context, use that information to then shape everything that it needs to for section C so that way it generates the appropriate output for section D. My question to you is how aligned is the questions from the raw brand fill out input section to then move downstream to get an output for section D where we now have the front facing information of the brand reflected so that a stranger could easily get the concept? Question mark. Remember that raw brand fill out input is internal facing. It's like the soul searching questions that someone has to ask. And then section D is like the stuff that's like copy and paste for the external world to kind of get what they're about. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Okay, cool. Now the last part here. Okay, great. Now the last part here for today is this. Period. When it comes to the raw brand notes. Period. I think that we should have like an example where someone can read to basically help them further solidify even more what the brand is about. Maybe like a paragraph to help them really lock in. Period. What would you write here as an example for the raw brand notes section 2? Okay. Okay, great job. So now let's refresh the page and I want you to just do a little look through here so you can understand what this ultimately has to lead to. So today we updated the brand compass template. Okay. The idea behind this is that we need to get massive clarity on what the brand is about because we already know that we're already at the stage where we're now getting ready to create content at scale. But it's pointless to create content at scale if we're shooting all over the place. So we need to be like snipers now. Okay. And we need to really focus in on the target here. So that's where we are now at this stage. And that's why we did everything that we needed to do today so that we can get to the point where we literally are like this. Sniper. Pow. I hope. Sniper. Pow. Sniper. Pow. That's what we kind of need to do for ourselves here. Okay. Because otherwise you're not going to help anyone.
I'm very grateful that you brought that up today because it has been in the back of my mind that it's not fully in congruence.
Exactly. So now we need to get massively coherent and we need to sniper this thing. Okay. So the first couple of weeks we're putting out the content again, just getting comfortable in front of the camera again. You know, we talked about the content formats. Okay, how are we going to create content? What direction do you want to go in? Do you want to do the interviews? Do you want to do the thing? Okay, fine. We put out different content formats. You're talking head in front of the camera, right? That's simple, right? But now we need to, okay, let's lock this in now. What are we going to do here? All right, because otherwise it's going to be a mess. It's going to be all over the place. No one's going to get it. And it's just going to be wasted time and energy. All right. So now this is why we have this brand compass template, because the brand compass is supposed to be the sniper, right? That's the thing. We're here to be snipers, being super clear on our target, right? Who are we trying to attract? The thing that we know about Jennifer, she mentioned a great point. When you create content and you're just first figuring it out, you're going to, if let's say I'm trying to get to here, then this is my cohort. These are my people. I may go through the hood. I may go through here. I may go through here. And I'm not trying to get here. I'm trying to get to here. So you may get through all these negative comments. You may get through all this shit. And those are not your people. That's not your tribe. You get what I'm saying? And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to cut that curve down by like a lot, so that way we get our tribe immediately now. Okay. That's why we did all this stuff. So that's where we are. And what we created today was a series of questions. We scrapped the old template. And what we have here is this one. Okay. So imagine you are first time user of this and you are in our situation where you're trying to basically dial it in. You've got all these interests. You're a multidimensional being, sure. You've got a whole bunch of interests. You got a whole bunch of stuff that you can talk about, but how do you now fit that under an umbrella, right? So I want you to do me a favor, please. And I want you to read, okay, this whole thing, and then we're done. And just tell me if you were filling this out, would this help you figure out what your brand is? Remember, we already filled out the layer 1 where we figured out, okay, these are my interests. This is what I want to be known for. This is what I can help with. We already did this.
Yes.
Okay, we did this already. We already did the messy stuff. Now we're just really bringing it into one cohesive message. Okay, and the AI is going to help us output that message into very clear branding. That's why we do this, right? So that way now we can start creating content at scale that immediately targets who we're trying to go for. So please.
Just read over the questions again. Okay. I'm going to say it in the I form. What do I believe God, the divine, the universal life put me here on earth to do? How does this brand serve? Okay, and how does my brand, which at this stage I'm in the process of building, serve that higher calling?
Exactly.
This brand serves that calling by helping purpose-driven people clear their inner blocks, clarify the message, practical systems, and turn their purpose into meaningful action and income. Yeah. Scroll up.
Sorry.
What are my main objectives for having this brand? What do I want? Example, to build trust, to grow an audience, to create aligned income, to help people transform, and to have a container and become known for purpose-driven work. Okay, yeah. That's helpful. Who do I want to serve first? Yeah. Purpose-driven creators.
Sorry.
Coaches, healers, a personal brand. Or for people building a personal brand who feel blocked, unclear, or afraid to be seen. Yes. I would narrow this down to 2 to 3 people examples, not like 6 or 7.
No.
What is this audience struggling with right now? For example, they feel unclear, emotionally blocked, afraid to be seen, inconsistent with content, and unsure how to turn their higher calling into an income. what does this audience deeply want? For example, they want clarity, confidence, consistent action, a message that feels true, and a way to earn income from meaningful work. What results or transformation do you bring to the table? Do you help them create? For example, from unclear, blocked, scared to clear, regulated, expressed, and building a purpose-driven life. Yes. What method, process, worldview, or lived experience helps you create that transformation? What method, process, world, or lived experience helps me create that transformation? I help create this transformation through blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. What do you want to be known for? Example, helping people clear the inner and outer blocks between them and their purpose. What kind of content should people expect from you? For example, purpose, clarity, inner work, emotional regulation, branding, proof of work, spirituality, practical execution. What is the core message you want to repeat over and over again? Okay, that reminds me to Tony Robbins. I want to eliminate suffering for as many people as possible.
Exactly.
That's what I know him for.
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
Yeah. So example, your purpose needs both inner alignment and outer systems. Clear the blocks, clarify the message, build a structure. Okay. Yeah, the core message should be one simple sentence.
Exactly.
I want to eliminate people suffering.
Exactly.
Why should people trust you?
And even if you look at Sri Pritaji and Krishnaji, what is their whole message?
To create 8,000 enlightened beings on the planet.
Oh, I didn't get that. What I got is to live your life from a peaceful state.
No, their actual mission, they repeat that over and over in their video. Oh, this is also a great way of having a brand video intro.
Yes.
Because that's what Ekam does. They show them every single time a 1 minute video of who Sri Pritaji and Krishnaji is and what their mission is.
Exactly.
It's a brand video where you can put all of these questions.
And so, exactly. And that's what we're going to repackage it as.
An actual video.
Yes.
I like that a lot.
Yes.
Exactly. I like that a lot.
So when someone goes to the channel, they see the channel trailer, they can easily get it like right there.
Yeah, because they want to know, okay, who is this?
Exactly.
What are they about?
Exactly.
Yes.
Done. Good.
Why should people trust you? Right. And that's also where we may take a little longer, but this is important. Why should people trust you? And that's why in the video from Ekam, they show the proof of work of Sri Pritaji and Krishnaji. They show their book. They show the summits that they're hosting. They show how they're connected to influential people. And it's like, oh, I can trust that person. Okay. What is the first simple offer or monetization? For example, a free workshop. Group container, low ticket purpose clarity session. Okay. Where should people go next if they want more? For example, go to the newsletter, free community, follow that lead or that lead magnet call to action. What should this brand not become? Not random motivation, no fake guru content, okay. In one sentence, what should a stranger understand about this brand? This brand helps purpose-driven people clear their blocks, clarify their message, and build a life or business around their purpose. Okay. If this brand works perfectly, what does it create over the next 3 to 10 years? Like the big mission. Example, a trusted media brand, thriving community, recurring revenue, purpose-driven offers, transformation stories, and a movement around living your Dharma. Okay.
Cool. And
I think these questions are definitely helpful.
Yes. And then we have the raw brand notes where in this section, they basically write down, their ideas here. So I'm going to put this in a call out block, actually. Let's put this in here.
Write like you're explaining the brand to a trusted friend. You can include rough thoughts, emotional truths, spiritual insight, business ideas, audience ideas, content ideas, offer ideas, fears, doubts, examples. anything you want AI to consider when clarifying you. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes. So that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay. Example. I think my brand is really about helping people stop abandoning their purpose because of fear, confusion, emotional blocks, or lack of structure. And lack of trust. I want the brand to feel spiritual but grounded, not fake guru, no vague motivation, and not overly polished. I want people to feel like they're safe to be honest about where they are, but also supported to take real action. The content should probably include inner work, emotional regulation, practical systems, storytelling, proof of work, and real examples of building a purpose-driven life. And I want the audience to feel like this person understands why I feel stuck, but also knows how to help me move.
Mm-hmm.
Long term, I want this to become a trusted community, accountability container, and body of work that helps people clarify their purpose, express their gifts, and build meaningful income around what they're here to do. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's the idea here. And basically we take, I might have to updo this or undo this, but basically I want to take the elements of layer 1, which we filled out before for each individual person, and then compress that and to make sure that like what we're saying here is congruent with what we included from layer 1. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'll work on that this week.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. What do you think of this? If you had never done a brand building thing, does this make sense to you to do?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, cool. Perfect. That's what we're trying to do here. And that's what we're trying to accomplish because...
And this is... Sorry, go ahead.
Because as we get down to here now, we're going to have AI execute the prompt. The prompt is the prompt for section C of this entire template. And the idea here is that the prompt is going to generate for us everything that's front facing for the client, for a user to basically see everything. Okay. So the idea here is we'll know the brand voice, we'll know the words to use often, we'll know even content titles to basically use. And we'll know all these things like X bio, Instagram bio, TikTok bio, everything to put into these bios that reflect the brand. That's why we're doing this.
Interesting.
So that way, whenever we don't have to write it ourselves, AI writes it for us. And when AI writes it for us, it writes it in congruence with the overall brand. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see why this had priority.
Yes.
Because once you have this, you can help a person set up their purpose brand, I don't know, in a matter of maybe even less than a week.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
I get it.
And that's why I told you, we don't need 5 months to do this.
Yeah.
We don't need a year. Just like the kid showing you how to grow a YouTube channel from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 15 days. We don't need fucking 5 months. We don't need a month.
No, I still want to do the luminary though.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. But you don't need that. That's a belief.
I know. Yeah, for sure.
That's you waiting for perfection. And that's why I got so frustrated earlier. I was like, no. It has to be simple. It has to be simple so that we can just take action right away.
Yeah.
I get it. There's a time where you have to go within, gestate, incubate, etc. But that's not the era anymore. We personally are not in that era anymore.
We're in the fire horse.
We are in the fire horse requires massive speed, and we're going to use AI in this capacity. That's why we need to know what our interests. That's why we had this whole messy output with the layer 1 stuff. We know what our About Me is. We know what we're learning. We know what we're interested in. We know all that stuff now. Now it's about, okay, what's the brand message? What are we trying to accomplish with this? Because now the next step, very quickly, we're going to go from here to instantly having an idea of what is the content. And we create content based on playlists, based on cohorts. So we have a cohort that we're trying to target immediately.
Oh, I see it in my third eye.
You see it now?
Yeah, I see on YouTube now the channel. It makes more sense. There are playlists actually for children. There are playlists for the females leaving corporate. There are
Yes.
playlists for
You got it now.
yes.
Those are cohorts.
And there are playlists of with perhaps the golden dragons. Then there's a playlist of I see it.
You get it now.
Yes. Now all that mess where I said it has been confusing to me. It's no more confusing. I see it.
You get it now, right?
Thank you.
Yes. The playlist is for the cohort. The content that we create in the playlist is to speak to that specific cohort.
Right. And that's how we can have one channel on YouTube, The Life Purpose Off, still bringing all these cohorts on it.
Yes, because
get it.
ultimately then when you go downstream to the offer, it's still going to be the same thing. We're still going to be at the same area here.
Oh, I like how your mighty mind works.
Yes. But in order to get there, we need to unfuck the mess that's in here, you know? I don't mean to say it like that, but like...
No, I'm not surprised this is one of your greatest skills.
Yes. And that's why I say we can help people now, because I've been through this stuff so many times already. Where it's like, okay, I know what to avoid now at this stage to not box myself in.
Yeah. And you can, like, you definitely have this clear vision where you see the way out of the mess in a way.
Yes.
It's like everyone has their head in the sand and you're like, oh no, this is where we need to go.
Yes.
And even if they don't get it, it's like, no, I know, just like trust me a little bit.
Yes, exactly. This is the website thing I was talking about. Yes, that's the same analogy. So we have to understand the messy stuff, right? So we just took the messy stuff about what we're interested in. Now we refine it and shape it. Now we get AI to basically dial in the message, put it out there on the descriptions, everything.
Your mess becomes your message.
Your mess becomes your message, exactly. And then we have now finally the last piece, which is the content. Now from here, we create content at scale.
Oh, wow. You know what I'm hearing and seeing right now? This is where a lot of people who are coming to us are going to need help, because they are creating the content without having any of this.
None of it.
And they are, like that's a really loud message
and
I'm
that's
hearing.
why people quit on YouTube and social media, because they're all over the motherfucking place.
That's what I'm hearing right now.
And they have the gifts, they have the tools, they have the skills, but they don't know how to communicate that language. We're not speaking the same language. You get it?
And we have the missing piece.
Yes, that's it. It's the brand operating system, and it's the emotional regulation. I think really, truly, it is very easy to be successful, but the reason why most people are not successful is because they're not clear on who they are, what they stand for, what their messaging is, what their communication is. They're paying attention to all this shit. They're trying to do too much content, and it's not speaking to the person that they're trying to reach. Make it fucking simple. Make it so simple. And also be regulated. Be in a good inner state as you do it, because when you're in a good inner state, you're emotionally regulated, you're coherent, you can handle it. You can handle the masses of people.
Yeah, and you're in limitless energy.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Well, thank you very much for this today.
Yes.
Thank you to us.
Thank you to us. Yep, that's why I needed your help. So when I asked you before, I need your help, and you were on the phone, it was like, this is not the right energy, because I know we can do this. It didn't take us a week to think about questions.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why we have to lock in and focus. And that's why I also know too, for work, people say, work 12, 14 hours a day. No, that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
You can get the same amount of work done in 2 hours as you can in 14 hours. That's a lie. That's a fucking idea.
I just need you to always be very straight up with me when you are working with AI and you're giving the prompts. I was feeling like, I can not contribute anything right now, but you need to tell me, hey, Hammer, I need you to just be focused and stare at the screen, see what I'm doing, but you need to also tell me how I can support you in that moment.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
That's my fault. But yeah, like again,
don't be shy about it. Just say, hey, Hema, I know you have nothing physically to do, but I need you to hold space or
100%.
something like that.
100%.
Okay.
I agree. You're right.
And that's also the power, because that shows me that just literally space holding is a mission, is a purpose, is very valuable.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and that's the other thing too that I wanna hit on before we end off here is, so with AI, we're not in the era of you need to code shit. You don't need to code anything. You need to think.
Right, you're not coding.
You're not coding. You're thinking. You have to think, and you have to be very creative. That's why this is the era where anyone can do it, for sure. Because before you had to understand, how I need to make sure that I have my HTML tags, and I need to make sure that I have the semicolons in the right place and everything. You don't need to do that here in this era.
How many years was the coding valid for? 10 years?
About well, I mean,
less than that.
The people that early created the internet, I mean, it was massive code because it's, you're coding a computer. But I'm saying in the last 15 years, yeah, coding was huge for all the app development that you see in iTunes Store, or whatever, the App Store and Android, Google Play Store. Yeah, that was that era.
So you say that's all irrelevant now?
It's still relevant because AI still has its own syntax, right? There's still a programming language or whatever, but how it shows up on the front-facing side is completely different, right? Like if you want to create an app right now, you go to Lovable AI, and you literally just tell it what you want, and then it writes the code. Like if I want to create a trading script for an EA, for an expert advisor, all I have to do is just understand the nuts and bolts of how to create a script, right? You need your function libraries, you need parameters, you need your variables, set all those up together. But AI is ultimately going to give you basically the structure, like how you write an essay in college. You have your intro, your body paragraphs, and then your conclusion, right? And everything has to transition from one another. Same thing for writing code. But now what I'm saying, if you look over here, what we did, you don't need to understand that. All you see is the front end side of it. There's a whole back end side of it, sure, that's still relevant. It's always going to be relevant. But for you, the user, the person that's actually interacting with artificial intelligence, you don't need that. All you need to do is focus and create. Tell it what you want to do. You see how I'm not typing, I'm just using dictation, and it is outputting what I needed to output. Now, the problem with that, though, is that sometimes it really does overcomplicate it. And we're not trying to be complicated here. We need to speak to humans speaking to humans. I need to be able to say, hey, you have a purpose in life. Here's how you get. That's what I'm trying to do here. And that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to speak to humans in a human language in a way they get it and they understand what we're doing. And it's like a no-brainer. Okay, yes, I need help with this.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we're trying to do here. So thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, you're right. I should have, but that's why I asked you before, hey, can you help me with this? I think from now is just, hey, you know what? Yeah, we really do have to say no phones at all. It's just literally just showing up on the screen and just keeping the focus on the screen on what we're trying to do here. Because look at that. Within an hour, we went from frustrated. I went from frustrated and I'm like, no, there's something here, there's something here, there's something here, to now, yes, done within an hour.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Great.
Right? So today's live stream, what did we cover? We covered metrics. We know the importance of not posting just for the sake of posting. We know that posting for the sake of posting is going to leave you in a mess of fuck. It's point blank. You're not posting for the sake of posting.
It's leaky energy.
It's leaking the energy. We have to seal up the energy.
All right.
Right? How do we seal up the energy? We seal up the energy.
Like the pipes.
Yeah.
The direction.
Exactly. We seal up the energy by figuring out what our brand message is. That's simple. We want to make sure, just like I showed with the metrics earlier, what happened? I created content. Yeah, that's easy to do. I can put myself on camera. I can say all the shit that I want to say. But if no one's listening and they don't get it, it's lost. It's a waste of time. So always make sure that your content leads up to your bigger picture. What's your true north? Where do you need to be 10 years from now? Not saying that it's going to take you 10 years to monetize a YouTube channel or to build an income online. But what I'm saying is that where do you want to be 10 years from now? And you need to reverse engineer from starting right now. Because in 6 months, you can be easily monetized, making a full-time income. There are people that are doing that for sure, because they're dialed in. The more dialed in you are, the more clear it is. The metrics that I pulled up on my channel, my personal brand, showed, hey, you're creating this content, but if you keep doing this, you're probably going to get subscribers that are not related to your content.
And that's exactly what Jennifer mentioned last call. You went to the toilet. She said, don't get deceived by people's followers' accounts, because there are people that she also knows personally who have millions of followers and they're not making a dime.
Exactly.
She said, you don't want that.
Exactly. You don't want that. You don't want that. And that's what I try to tell you too with the 15,000 subscribers. That doesn't mean a fucking thing. Honestly, you're probably better off deleting it and starting over at this point now. Because that does... Maybe, because it doesn't matter. Maybe just leave it up as like a case study, as an example, maybe. But otherwise, it's fucking pointless. Maybe, honestly, it would be better to have a Hema Almond YouTube channel if you still have it. And I have the Gabriel Sarah, and then we create content for lifepurpose.com to do that thing where we talked about the personal brand for the company stuff.
Yeah, but we also have the Life Purpose of YouTube channel where we want to create the playlist, we said.
Yeah. Either which way, we covered the metrics. We covered the importance of not posting just for the sake of posting. We also covered the importance of not pouring your heart and soul into a piece of content. Why did we talk about that? We talked about that because, like you said, Hema, you've taken time to create content or whatever. But if you're just doing it for yourself because that's something that you think people would like, that's not the reality of what people actually want.
At least not always.
At least not always. So it's already a mismatch. We need to make sure that when we're talking to the people that we're trying to reach, we're speaking their language. That's the importance of understanding who are we going for. That's the importance of the cohorts. If we don't understand that, it's lost. It's wasted effort. I've had times with my previous YouTube channel where I spent, you've seen it, 8-10 hours a day editing one video. That is one piece of content because I'm trying to do the cuts. I'm trying to do the angles. I'm trying to do the whatever. I make it funny and da-da-da-da. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. No one cares. Yeah, cool for the first, couple of minutes, but then people get bored, they leave, and then they forget about your content. All of that time and energy gone. So what did that teach me? That teaches us, hey, don't just post for the sake of posting. Do not put your heart and soul into the content. So then what are you actually going to do? What is actually the purpose of your personal brand? Your personal brand is a reputation asset. The whole purpose of what you're trying to do here is you're trying to build a community. Money does not equate to that in that same way, in this regard. What I'm saying here is don't make money the front-facing thing ever, because that's not what the purpose of social media is for. And that's where a lot of brands are going to get lost regardless, because they're automatically coming into it. Oh, how much money can I make or whatever? That you already fucked yourself up with that. Social media is for people that want to connect with other people. Done. Make content that people want to see, connect with people, build a community. That's the real truth. That's the real engagement. Because later on, when people know you, they're like, oh, that guy is cool. I get what he's saying. They feel like they know you. You have a connection. Then you can say, hey, I've got this thing that I think is going to be valuable to you. All right, this is what it is. And if you've been watching my channel, if you're a fan, because you've been building up that audience, because you've been clear on your cohort, you can say, hey, I've got this thing. And this is when it starts. People will come, right? I got people paying for my offers very early in the last channel because it was super targeted, but it boxed me in. That's not what I want.
Like the movie, build it and they come.
Feel their dreams, exactly. But you need to build the right container.
Yes.
Speak the right language. Know how to talk to them. That's the key. So after we talked about the metrics, what else did we talk about here? We talked about the content stuff. We also then started to look at, okay, we're already at the stage where we have the templates. I can do this easily. I just do this now in my sleep now. It's that easy for me. But it's the hardest part is like thinking, okay, what is it that I need? If I was a brand new user, I never used these things before. I'm scared of using AI. I'm intimidated. What do I need? And I need to make that easy from this perspective, because I have my own state of mind and how I see it. But I need to think about like a Hema Almond. I need to think about someone that is intimidated to use AI or doesn't use AI in this way. So I need to engineer prompts. I need to engineer templates in that way. And the only way that I can do that, to show that, is by having you here with me, right? Because then now you can see it and you can be like, oh yeah, this actually is a good question for me. This is actually not a good question for me. That's why we co-create, right? That's where your value comes in extra, because you have the skill of keeping it very simple. I can make something fucking complicated, but is that the right thing? No, right? Then we also talked about when we get to the stage of scaling content, because I already have the templates now, I can do this easy. We can make 50 pieces of content in 4 hours. Legitimately now we're at this stage where we can make 40, 50 pieces of like scripted content, and we can record 5-6 videos in one sitting, edit it all, have it out there. Easy. And that feeds everything for the whole day. That's not the secret sauce anymore, because AI can help us scale the content at scale. And if Gary Vee is producing 412 pieces of content a day, who do you think is going to win, especially if they're targeted, especially if they know who their cohorts are and what their message is and who they're trying to go for? Who do you think is going to get the attention? That's not it, right? So this is what we covered. And we said that we're ready to create content at scale now, but in order for us to create content at scale, we need to make sure that we're not just posting for the sake of posting. We're not putting our heart and soul into it, because that's not going to land. With a little audience, especially now with the AI, with the interest algorithm, the way that it is, your content is not being pushed to your subscribers anymore the same way it was before, like 6 years ago. It's not. The way that the content is, and I'm seeing this now for myself, the way that your content is being distributed now is based on whoever's interested in that content. Okay? So you can have 1,000, 1 million subscribers, but your subscribers may never ever see that piece of content. But someone that's a complete stranger that's never heard of you before could see that piece of content because it's what they're interested in learning about or seeing content on. So if you have 1 million subscribers that are for entertainment purposes, when you had a different YouTube channel and then you switched up your messaging to now be about purpose, those people are not going to see the content. You just waste your time. You need to make sure that your message, your overall true north for your personal brand, is aligned with what you want to be doing long term. For me, that's the only way. For me, that's the only way. All right. And I've been starting YouTube channels and then ending it. It just, you know what I'm saying? So I've come from that place. And then we ended off with the brand template, the brand compass. So now that compass, the purpose of that compass is so that way we take all that messy stuff, all the mess, and we sharpen it into a spear. So that way when we throw it, or when we have the sniper, we know exactly where our focus is. We know exactly what we're locked into, where our aim is, and we're good to go. And the AI is going to help us with that, because the AI is going to create very distilled messaging that is front facing, so that a stranger, when they find you, because again, we don't want to post content and then the stranger goes to your profile, they see your profile, you're talking about cats, but you want to talk about purpose. That's a mismatch. They're not going to take action. Views are not going to matter then. If you're not dialed in with your messaging, views and subscribers are not going to save you. So what is? It's going to be, how clear are you on what your brand is? What are you talking about? What's your offer? How can you help? Are you legitimate with that? That's the only way. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So is that clear what we did today?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Any closing thoughts?
No.
All right then.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for today.
Thank you.
All right. Until next one.